Lu Huaishuang had shown outstanding cultivation talent and aptitude when she was still a young child. She was also born into a noble and rich family, so she had never lacked resources. Her exceptional aptitude, paired with her family's unconditional support, made sure that she would be one of the leaders of her generation. As such, it only took her 100 years to reach the Origin King realm. Nevertheless, she wasn't haughty or arrogant like many other young ladies from prestigious families, and was instead very good to her subordinates. She was one of the most popular individuals on Morning Sun Star. If it weren't because the old patriarch was stricken with an illness, she would still be cultivating on her own. Cultivation wasn't boring to her. She loved it because she felt joyful that the power within her was growing stronger day by day. It wasn't her intention to take over the Lu family after the patriarch fell ill. But after she did, her quiet cultivation time was replaced by all kinds of issues she needed to deal with. When she opened her eyes every morning, it was as though she could hear the voices of her subordinates who awaited her orders. For the past 30 years, she had done everything she could for the Lu family. As a result, she hadn't been able to increase her cultivation one bit. Hence, she couldn't fathom why someone from the Lu family would betray her. What was his reason? What is he after? Do I deserve this kind of betrayal in exchange for my 30 years of contributions? She clenched her sword and then loosened her grip. Following that, she shot a glare at her first uncle before she shifted her attention back to Ma Chao-kun and uttered dispassionately, "Second manager, since you're here, head manager and third manager must be here as well. Why don't they show themselves?" She swept a glance over the surroundings as she spoke. Although Ma Chao-kun was powerful, she wasn't afraid of him. From their battle just now, she concluded that they were equally matched. Both of them were in the First Order Origin King realm, so they were equal in terms of their power. Her biggest advantage was her strong foundation and abundant Saint Qi, while Ma Chao-kun's advantage was his long years of combat experience. After all, he was a master who had killed countless people to become one of the most infamous star pirates in the star field. If only Ma Chao-kun was there, the people from the Lu family could still defeat him. Nevertheless, the fierce Gale pirates were known to go all out when they made a move. There were 3 managers in the fierce Gale pirates. The head manager, Xianxia, was in the Second Order Origin King realm. The second manager was the fatty in front of her, Ma Chao-kun. The third manager, Guming, was also a First Order Origin King. The reason the fierce Gale pirates could survive assaults from so many great forces was more than just luck. It was also because of their immense strength. Ma Chao-kun chuckled. "Many thanks for your concern for them, young Lady Lu, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I'm the only one here today because Big Brother and Third Brother have other matters to attend to. If you want to meet them, why don't you follow me to Fierce Gale's base? I'm sure you'll meet them there." Lu Huaishuang narrowed her eyes. "Are you inviting me to your base?" Ma Chao-kun kept the smile on his face. "If you agree, then it's an invitation. What if I don't agree to it?" "Heh." Ma Chao-kun laughed without replying to her. His meaning was clear. If she didn't agree to it, then it would be a threat. In a calm manner, Lu Huaishuang replied, "I've heard a lot about the fierce Gale pirates. The star field is extremely vast, so it's quite coincidental that we've come across each other here. As I was caught unaware, my preparations are somewhat lacking, but I'm willing to deliver some gifts to all of you. In exchange, I hope second manager can allow us to leave." Star pirates were mostly after money. If possible, she wasn't willing to confront them. More importantly, she had a premonition that Ma Chao-kun wasn't the only one here. The head manager Xianxia and the third manager Guming might be lurking in the dark, waiting for the best opportunity to make a move. If a fight broke out, all those from the Lu family would be doomed, and she probably wouldn't be able to escape from this place herself. If money was enough to ensure their safety, that would be the best outcome. A glint flashed across Ma Chao-kun's eyes as he complimented her. "I've always heard that the Lu family's eldest young lady is incredibly capable. It seems the rumors were not unfounded. Most women were shy and frail, but Lu Huaishuang had courage and boldness that most men lacked. It was no wonder that she could command the Lu family and occupy half of the resources on Morning Sun Star. If she was a man, she would probably become one of the overlords of the star field in the future. Ma Chao-kun shook his big head and sighed. What a shame. I'd like to let you go, but some people might not agree to it. What do you mean? Lu Huaishuang asked in a grim voice. Just then, a black starship emerged from the thick fog and clouds before it landed on the ground. The starship was just as large as the one from the Lu family, as though they were made from the same mold. A large he character was engraved on the starship, causing a huge commotion to break out when it appeared. It's the He family's starship. Why are they here? It's a trap. Damn it. The He family has joined up with the fierce Gale pirates. How shameless. The He family was the other top family on Morning Sun Star. The He family and Lu family each ruled half of the star, but it was well known that two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. These top two families were bitter opponents, so it was expected that there would be confrontations between them. If one family was attacked by the other family, then they would retaliate against the other party the next day. Gradually, their conflicts evolved into a blood feud. It could be said that these two families on Morning Sun Star desperately wanted each other dead. However, Lu Huaishuang had never expected that the He family would join forces with the fierce Gale pirates. The fierce Gale pirates were the most infamous star pirates in Unending Star Field. If anyone was thought to be related to these pirates, their reputation would be ruined forever. Aren't the He family members worried that this news will spread? If all the masters in the star field find out about it and launch an attack on them, they won't be able to enjoy the Lu family's wealth even if they can gobble it up. Soon, Lu Huaishuang's expression darkened, as she realized that since the He family members had the guts to travel to this place in their starship, it meant that they had no intention of sparing any of their lives. That was because their secret could only be kept by killing all of them. Her gaze became cold as she turned to look at her first uncle, whose jaw had dropped in shock. The fear behind his gaze suggested that this outcome was beyond his expectation. The starship landed nearby, upon which its main hatch opened and an energetic old man with gray hair, who appeared to be in his 60s, stepped out. He appeared authoritative despite his calm expression, so it was apparent that he was the leader of his family. In just a few nonchalant steps, he reached Lu Huaishang and the others, followed closely by hundreds of the strongest cultivators from the He family, who were staring fixedly at the people from the Lu family. In an instant, the atmosphere became intense. The sound of gulping could be heard from those of the Lu family, which went to show how anxious they were. Ma Chao-kun kept a smile on his face, as though he wasn't aware that He Wu Zue was there. Meanwhile, He Wu Zue stared fixedly at Lu Huaishuang and sneered repeatedly before he uttered, "Little girl, today you die." He appeared smug because his plot had succeeded. Lu Huaishuang let out a breath as she knew that she probably couldn't survive. At such a critical moment, she became calm instead. In a dispassionate voice, she mocked, "Old Master He, our feud on Morning Sun Star is only between our two families, so I don't think it's appropriate for you to drag outsiders into this?" He Wu Zue snorted. "The three managers of fierce Gale pirates are my sworn brothers, so they're not outsiders." What he had just said shocked everyone from the Lu family. Lu Huaishuang appeared flabbergasted as she had never heard about this before, so she reckoned that no one else in the star field knew about it either. However, things had come to a point that she didn't think He Wu Zue would be cracking jokes. Moreover, Ma Chao-kun didn't seem to have the intention of refuting him, so it was probably true that he and the three managers from Fierce Gale Pirates were sworn brothers. He Wu Zue felt gleeful as he watched how astounded Lu Huaishuang was. He had been patient for many years, and this was the day he reaped the fruits of his silence. From now onward, the He family would be the only one to rule Morning Sun Star while the Lu family would disappear from history. Fourth brother, I don't care about the others, but are you sure you want to kill the Lu family's eldest young lady? Ma Chao-kun suddenly turned to look at He Wu Zue and asked. He didn't care if the others from the Lu family died, but he was pretty fond of Lu Huaishuang. There were many beautiful women in this world, and given Ma Chao-kun's power and status, he was never short of such women. However, a charming young lady in the Origin King realm was rare, and he had never had a taste of such a woman. Moreover, He had heard that Lu Huaishuang had been cultivating in seclusion for most of her life, so the chances she retained her innocence were also great. In his opinion, it would be a shame if she was killed just like that. Upon hearing his words, Hiwu Zue immediately understood what Ma Chao-kun was up to and warned in a solemn manner. Second brother, a rose is fragrant, but it's also full of thorns. I'm worried that you'll be hurt. After giving it a thought, Ma Chao-kun nodded. Yeah, forget it, then. He knew how difficult it was to capture someone in the First Order Origin King realm, so he decided to give up on that idea. If he hesitated when he made a move because he was trying to subdue her, he would be the one who would be killed instead. Begin! Wu Zi suddenly shouted. Apparently, he wanted this battle to be ended quickly, thus giving no chance for the Lu family's people to fight back. At that signal, Ma Chao-kun raised his hands, upon which two golden orbs appeared between his palms. The aura around the golden orbs was intimidating, so it was apparently a rare artifact. On the other hand, Hiwu Zue readied himself as his Saint Qi circulated rapidly through his meridians. With a solemn expression, Lu Huaishuang raised her azure longsword up high, upon which her sword intent significantly surged. The battle was about to begin, but just then, a stealthy figure suddenly appeared beside her and slashed at her with a slender dagger, flustering Lu Huaishuang greatly. Earlier, all her attention was on Ma Chao-kun and Hiwu Zue, and seeing that they were preparing to make a move, she quickly raised her guard. However, now it seemed apparent that these two were just trying to distract Lu Huaishuang while the real assassin approached her. By the time Lu Huaishuang realized this, though, it was already too late. Hiwu Zue and Ma Chao-kun grinned as they waited to watch a good show. A cold glint flashed across the slender dagger, which was shrouded in an aura of death, as though the weapon would soon reap another life. Right then, the slender dagger's owner felt a chill all over his body. It was as though he had fallen into a frozen cavern, and all the blood in his veins seemed to freeze in place. Lu Huaishuang also narrowed her eyes with a shocked expression, because the dead young man, who had been lying by her feet, started moving all of a sudden in a very strange manner. First, his legs slid back until he could place his feet on the ground. Then, his legs straightened as he hoisted his entire body up all of a sudden. When Lu Huaishuang turned to look at him, she was met with a pair of dark eyes which seemed to contain a bottomless abyss. By just looking into his gaze, she felt as though she would fall into it. Astounded, she hurriedly circulated her spiritual energy to steady her mind. The three managers of the Fierce Gale Pirates all had their own unique skills. The head manager, Xianxia, needed no introduction. As someone in the Second Order Origin King realm, he could easily be ranked as one of the most powerful masters in the entire starfield. The second manager, Ma Chao-kun, was a fair-skinned and naive-looking fatty, but the fat on his body wasn't just a result of his overeating habit. It was also his life-saving card. With incredible defensive capabilities, his excess flesh was an incredibly sturdy shield. With the help of his fat, he was able to temporarily stand against a master who was one minor realm higher than him. Nevertheless, he could only parry a few moves, as his fat couldn't make up the entire difference in cultivation. As for the third manager, Gu Ming, he was a short but sturdy man whose speciality was assassination. He was an elusive man, as no one could possibly find out his exact location. An enemy lurking in the dark was the most horrifying. It was said that it was easy to dodge a spear out in the light, but it was hard to avoid an arrow in the dark. The person who mounted a sneak attack on Lu Huaishuang was undoubtedly the Fierce Gale Pirates' third manager, Gu Ming. Lu Huaishuang's speculation earlier was right, that the Fierce Gale Pirates would go all out whenever they made a move. Ma Chao-kun was lying when he said that his big brother and third brother were attending to other matters. With his exceptional concealment technique, Gu Ming was able to approach Lu Huaishuang unnoticed, and just when her focus was completely on Ma Chao-kun and Hiwu Zue, he struck. He was also a First Order Origin King realm, and gained a big advantage by executing a sneak attack, so he was confident that his strike would severely injure Lu Huaishuang, if not kill her. She was the leader of the Lu family, and as long as they could kill or immobilize this woman, the others from the Lu family would be easy to deal with. Everything went according to plan, But the accident that happened all of a sudden terrified Guming. In the blink of an eye, a young man in tattered clothes was standing in front of Lu Huaishuang as he stared calmly at Guming. Although there was no emotion behind the young man's gaze, Guming subconsciously felt lowly before him, as though this young man was a towering mountain that stretched up into the heavens. He tilted his head back, but still couldn't see the top of the mountain. Even the clouds partway up the mountain appeared blurred. Who is this man? He had noticed this corpse when he was approaching Lu Huaishuang secretly, but as he was lying at her feet without showing any sign of vitality, Guming assumed he was dead and didn't bother with him. However, how did a dead man get to his feet all of a sudden? Moreover, how did his vitality surge so tremendously in that instant? Guming's panic was only temporary, however. Since he was able to reach the Origin King realm, there was no doubt that his mental fortitude was outstanding. So after hesitating for a moment between retreating and advancing, he steeled himself. As a cold glint flashed across his slender dagger, he charged forward at an even greater speed. I don't care who you are, but with such a short distance between us, I'll still be able to stab you first even if you're a third-order Origin King. Get back! Lu Huaishuang finally came to her senses at that moment. Guming was advancing instead of retreating with a ferocious gaze. But this young man didn't react to it at all. So she couldn't help but call out to him as she reached out her hand and grabbed his shoulder in an attempt to pull him back. However, what shocked her was that this young man still gave no reaction at all, as if roots had grown from his feet. Not only could she not pull him back, but she was also forced to stagger forward and almost crash into his back from the recoil. Just then, a clanging sound could be heard. The ferocious expression on Guming's face froze. Then it was replaced by extreme fear. When he raised his head to look at the young man, his eyes seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. Before he made a move, he had imagined many possible outcomes in his mind, the most likely being him killing this reckless boy with one strike. Perhaps his strike would only wound him though, or even less likely this young man would somehow parry his thrust. However, Guming had never expected that the sight before his eyes would be the outcome instead. This young man remained unmoving and simply allowed him to stab his dagger into his chest. Nevertheless, his weapon couldn't penetrate the young man's body, and there didn't seem to be any wound on the young man's skin. Instead, the glow on his slender dagger faded greatly, and he almost dropped his weapon due to a sharp pain coming from his hand. The slender dagger was an Origin King grade artifact which was extremely sharp and could even penetrate fine metal armor easily, let alone a human's body. Guming couldn't even sense any energy fluctuation from the young man. In other words, this strange-looking young man had managed to withstand his attack with nothing more than his physique completely unharmed. Is he really human? Guming was an assassin who excelled at ending a person's life with one decisive strike, but he was also extremely sensitive to danger. Therefore, when he realized that his assault couldn't harm the young man, he immediately decided to run. His thin figure became blurred, as though he would vanish into thin air soon. He had to flee, for the young man's presence had defied his understanding of the world. The voice in his heart screamed that he had to escape now or he would die. Just then, the young man raised his hand in a slow and stiff manner. Then he nonchalantly grabbed the air, upon which Guming, who was about to vanish from sight, seemed to have his neck clenched, his half-transparent figure solidifying in an instant. For some unfathomable reason, his concealment technique was dispersed, and at that instant, he felt his soul leaving his body. The seemingly casual grip around his neck seemed capable of snapping him in half at will, and no matter how hard he tried to struggle, all his attempts were utterly futile. The young man raised his arm lightly and lifted Guming off his feet, a sight that terrified all present. Guming was an Origin King, but now, he had been captured by an unknown young man with complete ease and hoisted up like a powerless chicken. Third brother. The smile on Ma Chao-kun's face was long gone as his chubby face appeared extremely solemn. Hewu Zue's expression also appeared grim as he silently summoned his artifact, his gaze darting around as though he was looking for an escape route. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the young man sized up Guming for a moment before he frowned, knitting his brow as he muttered, "So weak." He hadn't fought with someone in the Origin King realm in ages. Over the years, the opponents he had come across were all masters with more powerful cultivations than his own, which was why he was no longer used to dealing with someone so much weaker than himself, and at that instant, he reminisced about his previous battles with a conflicted feeling. I was one of these weak cultivators in the past as well. May I ask for your excellency's honored name? Ma Chao-kun asked in a grim voice as he tried to recall the faces and figures of the true overlords of the star field. But none of them resembled the young man before his eyes. He had never heard about a young man like him, who had such extraordinary power. Trash like you have no right to know my name, the young man snorted. His manner of speaking was extremely haughty, but no one found it to be awkward, for he had the power to match his overbearing behavior. If anyone else spoke in the way he did, that person would have been laughed at. Ma Chao-kun wouldn't even dare to blow his top as he gulped and cupped his fists. Please forgive us for offending you, Your Excellency, and show mercy for my third brother. If you could find it in your heart to release him, we will take our leave now and never show ourselves before you again. Although he appeared humble and polite, he was viciously cursing He Wu Zue in his heart. Fourth brother is such a fool. He didn't even realize that the Lu family had gotten the support of such a master. We came all the way here just to be humiliated. Now, we don't even know if this young man will let us off. If we manage to escape today, we'll definitely make a clean break with fourth brother. If we stay with him any longer, we'll lose our lives sooner or later. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Do you think I'll let you off so easily? The young man sneered. Although he was in a special state earlier, it didn't mean he wasn't aware of what was going on. Upon hearing their conversation, he had figured out what happened with these people, and even though he didn't consider himself to be a righteous person, he wouldn't mind lending a hand when someone was in trouble. Ma Chao-kun lamented in his heart, but he could only speak respectfully. We acknowledge that the punishment is deserved, so please inform us of what Your Excellency wants from us. He couldn't even figure out how powerful this young man's cultivation was, so he wasn't confident of going against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared so meek. After all, he was someone with power and status. The young man frowned as he despised this fatty for his readiness to yield, his killing intent fading greatly. Hong long long. Just then, a rumbling sounded across the sky, and at the same time, the aura of the entire world seemed to have turned dangerous. At the same time, high up in the sky, lightning arcs began to crackle. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they looked up at the sky, only to see a dark swirl in the clouds. There seemed to be a thunder dragon swimming through this black vortex, one that emitted a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. What's wrong with you? I've already hidden so well. The young man gazed up at the sky and cursed out loud. Lu Huai Shuang frowned and stared at the young man's figure with a weird expression, wondering if he was cursing the heavens. All of a sudden, she felt sympathetic towards this young man. His cultivation appeared extremely powerful, and his actions just now showed he was a brave and heroic character. Upon a closer look, she realized that he was good-looking as well. Unfortunately, he seemed to be suffering from some kind of mental illness. If not, why would he be cursing the heavens? Perhaps even the heavens are jealous of such a talented man. Lu Huai Shuang suddenly had this thought in her mind. While she was still lost in contemplation, a booming sound was suddenly heard, which caused all of their eardrums to tremble. As though it was responding to the young man's curse, a large beam of lightning shot out of the vortex towards the young man, one that seemed to tear about the world wherever it traveled. All who witnessed this had goosebumps all over their bodies. Lu Huai Shuang, who was closest to the young man, turned ashen in an instant. Couldn't be helped, as the lightning had a specific target, and it was going to strike the young man accurately. He is going to be struck by heavenly lightning. How wicked must he be that even the heavens cannot allow him to live anymore? Run! The young man suddenly turned around and grabbed Lu Huai Shuang's collars before hurling her away. Lu Huai Shuang hadn't even realized what was going on before she was sent flying away like an arrow. As she flew backwards, she saw the giant lightning bolt strike the young man. In an instant, his black hair stood on end, upon which a 1,000-meter radius around him turned into a sea of lightning. Those cultivators who didn't escape in time were charred to death instantly without even a chance to scream. A burnt smell then filled the air, as though someone was having a barbecue. When the others caught a whiff of that smell, many felt the urge to start retching. The lightning kept striking the young man for quite some time. During this period of time, beams of lightning came pouring down on that young man from the dark vortex, causing him to convulse uncontrollably, as though he was suffering from a foul plague. All of them could see that he must be in excruciating pain. Lu Huaishuang looked away as she didn't have the heart to keep gazing at the sight. No matter how cruel he was when he killed, no matter how evil this young man was, he had just done her a great favor. If he hadn't made a move earlier, she would have been injured, if not dead. Meanwhile, Ma Chao-kun and He Wu-zue were ecstatic, and they almost couldn't contain their urge to laugh. The heavenly way is on our side. This man is being punished by the heavens themselves. They traded glances and understood what was on each other's mind without the need for a discussion. Moments later, the beams of lightning finally subsided, and the dark swirl in the sky disappeared. The place fell into silence. The young man was still holding Guming up with his hand. Nevertheless, both of them were seen with their hair standing on end, and their faces completely charred. There didn't seem to be any aura lingering about them anymore. No one knew the state the young man was in now, but it was apparent that the fierce Gale Pirate's third manager had left for the other world. All of them saw how formidable the heavenly lightning was. It was the heavenly way's method of exacting punishment. Even someone in the third-order Origin King realm would have lost their life if they were punished in such a way, to say nothing of the fact that Guming was only a first-order Origin King. That was basically an unfortunate disaster for him. Although this young man was capable of ending Guming's life, he hadn't really shown any intention of killing him. Instead, Guming was killed by the beams of heavenly lightning. Just then, two figures were seen charging forward. Like two beams of light, Ma Chao-kun and He Wu-zue came at the young man from both sides. An enemy had to be killed with certainty to prevent future trouble. Certainly, they understood this simple principle. They had only appeared meek earlier because this strange young man showcased unfathomable power. Now that he had been struck down by heavenly lightning, though, they had to cut him down first whether or not he was dead. They had to make sure that this young man was truly dead so that they would stand a chance to survive. Otherwise, whether they lived or died would no longer be a decision for them to make. Although Ma Chao-kun was fat, he was extremely agile. His bulky figure charged forward at incredible speed as the two golden orbs in his hands shone brightly. Before he even reached the young man, the golden orbs shot towards his opponent's chest and head respectively in an overbearing manner. On the other hand, He Wu-zue performed a hand seal and activated a frightening secret technique. A python appeared in midair all of a sudden as it opened its mouth wide in an attempt to bite the young man's head off. The series of actions was so rapid that Lu Huaishuang hadn't managed to react. With her heart jumping to her throat, she hurriedly slashed at He Wu-zue and Ma Chao-kun with her sword chi in an attempt to stop them from attacking the young man. However, her action had come too late. She was doing all she could to save the young man, but it was probably useless. Chi, chi, chi. While the sword chi was slashing across the air, Ma Chao-kun and He Wu-zue suddenly stopped in their tracks, as though they had crashed into an invisible wall. At that moment, their hearts sank, and they were horrified as they stared fixedly at the sight in front of them. What made them stop wasn't Lu Huaishuang's sword chi, but rather the young man's reaction. The strange young man, who had been struck by a shower of heavenly lightning just now, suddenly started moving again. He combed his messy hair back as his gaze turned from calm to furious, as though he was displeased with something. It was this simple action that forced Ma Chao-kun and He Wu-zue to stop in their tracks, as they had lost the courage to continue their attack. Everyone seemed to have been restrained by an invisible hand, and time seemed to have stopped at that moment as well. All of them were rooted to the spot. He's not dead? How did he survive inside that torrent of lightning? Lu Huaishuang couldn't help but widen her eyes, an indescribable emotion flashing across their depths. Meanwhile, Ma Chao-kun's golden orbs were still shooting toward the young man at full speed and were just about to reach him. Before the orbs could find their mark though, the young man lowered the hand he was using to comb his hair and waved it lightly. Ma Chao-kun's chest tightened, for he realized that he had lost the connection with his golden orbs. Upon a closer look, he felt his entire body trembling violently. In that instant, the two golden orbs had fallen into the young man's hand. Swinging his fingers lightly, the golden orbs hovered around above his palm before they simply dropped into his grasp. How did he manage to snatch my natal artifact away so easily? What kind of divine ability was that? Who is he? What is he? The python he Wu Zue had summoned reached the young man at that moment. However, he was so shocked that he couldn't sustain it anymore, so it simply dissipated into a shower of light particles. He Wu Zue gulped as his face started twitching uncontrollably. Ma Chao-kun licked his dry lips as he tried to come up with an explanation, but he realized that he had lost all courage and couldn't even speak properly. I didn't kill him. The young man finally tossed Gu Ming's corpse away. Gu Ming was killed by the heavenly lightning, so it was true in a sense that the young man didn't murder him. Sir, I'm sure this is a misunderstanding. Ma Chao-kun forced a smile, but he appeared more hideous than if he was crying. A misunderstanding? How so? Why don't you explain it to me? The young man stared indifferently at him. Certainly, Ma Chao-kun couldn't come up with an explanation. Normally, he would suppress others with his strength. If he fell out with someone, he would simply fight it out with them or escape if he couldn't be victorious. Therefore, he had never been a smooth talker who could persuade other people. With sweat oozing from his forehead continuously, he had to keep wiping it away nervously. If he couldn't come up with an explanation, he was doomed. In the end, he opted to say nothing at all. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and ran for his life at full speed. Right now, he had no other option but to try to escape. He and He Wu Zue only had themselves to blame for making a move on that young man. He also blamed himself for failing to realize how powerful his enemy was. Seeing Ma Chao-kun flee, naturally, He Wu Zue didn't dare to remain any longer. He immediately made up his mind and turned to run in a different direction. That was his instinctive reaction, as he hoped that the young man would chase after Ma Chao-kun, thus giving him time to escape. However, he was bound to be disappointed. The young man didn't even take a look at the fleeing pair, simply waving his hand once, sending one of the golden orbs flying out at a phenomenal speed. A man screamed and fell to the ground with a loud thud. He Wu Zue didn't even dare to turn his head back as he put all his energy into fleeing, wishing he could grow 2 extra legs at this moment, as he knew that the one who screamed just now was Ma Chao-kun. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain on his back, and he collapsed onto the ground upon impact. He hurriedly got to his feet, but he was startled upon seeing the puddle of blood on the ground. Moreover, he felt as if he was missing something. Lowering his head, he saw the last sight of his life. There was a large hole on his chest. Through the wound, he could see his organs squirming within his body. His vision turned dark, upon which he fell to the ground as his vitality rapidly left his body. The atmosphere fell silent. On this unknown dead star, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Be it the hundreds of disciples from the Lu family or the star pirates from the fierce Gale pirates, or the elite cultivators from the He family, they were all shaken to the core as they stared at the unmoving young man, as though they were looking at a deity. It couldn't be helped, as from beginning to end, there weren't any aura fluctuations from the young man, even when he threw out the golden orbs. In other words, he had accomplished what he did using pure physical strength. Ma Chao-kun and He Wu Zue had collapsed to the ground after a single hit each, without any chance to resist. Both Ma Chao-kun and He Wu Zue were dead. Both of them were first-order origin kings, but they were as helpless as 3-year-old children in front of this young man. They couldn't have imagined that this would be the outcome when they had plotted this venture today. All the cultivators from these 3 groups were engulfed in feelings of fear, panic, and wariness. Having just witnessed this young man's terrifying power, they knew that he could kill all of them with ease if he wanted to. Lu Huaishuang's gaze appeared conflicted as she stared at the young man. Besides gratitude, there was also a sense of worry behind her eyes. This young man had indeed saved her, but it was the first time she met him, so she wasn't sure whether he was a righteous or wicked person. She was no longer an inexperienced little girl, and she currently had hundreds of her family's top cultivators depending on her. So she couldn't make a decision based solely on her own preferences. She wanted to find out the young man's temperament, but she didn't dare to ask him anything. While she was hesitating, though, the young man turned to look at her with a faint smile on his face. Lu Huaishuang's heart leapt to her throat as she felt that the smile on his face appeared ill-intentioned. Furthermore, his stare made her feel like she had been stripped bare and seen through, which was why she stiffened in an instant. "If I were you, I would have come out voluntarily." Her expression changed when she heard that. "What does he mean? I don't think I've offended him in any way. When he was assaulted, I even offered to help him. Moreover, when the heavenly lightning descended, he pushed me away, so he doesn't seem like a bad person, so why did his attitude change all of a sudden? Did I just walk out of a wolf's lair only to enter a tiger's den?" Since the young man was so much more powerful than she was, she didn't dare to disobey him. Her cultivation was essentially the same as Ma Chao-kun and He Wu-zue, but they were killed by this young man with ease. If he wanted to take her life, there was no way she could keep it. Sighing to herself, she decided to accept her fate. However, before she could take a step forward, she suddenly felt some movement behind her. Shocked, she turned around to discover a figure whose aura suggested that he was in the second-order origin king realm standing there. Lu Huaishuang's pupils contracted when she realized who he was. Xianxia, the head manager of the fierce Gale pirates. Although it was the first time she came across this person, she could recognize him at first glance. Besides Xianxia, no other master in the second-order origin king realm would appear in this place at this moment. The head manager of the fierce Gale pirates had managed to escape unscathed after the great forces of the Starfield had joined to annihilate him in the past. But at this moment, he looked like an obedient servant as he was trotting over in an obsequious manner with a cautious smile on his face. After moving past Lu Huaishuang, he stopped in front of the young man and bowed his head deeply as he greeted clearly. "Greetings, Senior. This humble one is called Xianxia. I am astonished by your incredible power and am willing to follow you and serve as your subordinate. Senior, please accept my obedience." Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They had expected that Xianxia would either be unyielding or plead for mercy, but it was beyond their imagination that he would lower his head right after he appeared. Is he really the fierce Gale pirates' head manager? Is he really a second-order origin king? Everyone felt that the sight they were seeing was surreal. However, after giving it a thought, they knew that he was just submitting to the circumstances. Apparently, Xianxia wasn't confident about going up against this young man, which was why he appeared so servile. A master would only back down in front of an even stronger master. A glint flashed across the young man's eyes as he looked over Xianxia and curled up his lips, as though he had found something interesting. However, he soon knitted his brow, for he had never expected that this person would be so cowardly. It was said that one should not slap a person in the face when he was smiling at you. Although Xianxia had been hiding nearby the whole time, he had never made an aggressive move. Hence, there were practically no grudges between them. Moreover, he appeared humble and subservient now, so it would be inappropriate for the young man to kill him directly. Ma Chao-kun and He Wu-zue only had themselves to blame for their deaths. On the other hand, this Xianxia appeared to have sharp instincts for avoiding misfortune. "This puts me in a tight spot." After some deliberation, the young man still didn't know what to do, so he decided to ignore him and close his eyes while remaining in the same spot. Xianxia remained unmoving, his back bent deeply as pea-sized drops of sweat streamed down his face. It felt terrible to have his life controlled by the whims of another. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to remain subservient as this young man was far stronger than he was. The place fell into silence again as the young man gave no reaction. But even an hour later, the young man still remained unmoving. Naturally, the people from the Lu family wouldn't make a move since their leader, Lu Huaishuang, also kept her silence. It was the same for the fierce Gale pirates. On the other hand, those top cultivators from the He family traded glances as it was apparent that they wanted to flee when an opportunity presented itself. Lu Huaishuang shot them a cold glance all of a sudden, though, as she would definitely not allow them to escape. Both the Lu family and the He family were archenemies on Morning Sunstar, and their powers were equally matched because they both had an Origin King Realm Master assuming command. However, from today onwards, the He family wouldn't be a threat to the Lu family anymore. After He Wu Zue's death, the He family was practically leaderless, so the Lu family could seize the chance and annex their properties and businesses. It would be the best outcome if Lu Huaishuang could bury all these top cultivators from the He family here forever. Understanding that she couldn't let this chance slip through her fingers, Lu Huaishuang took one more look at the young man before steeling herself. A glint flashed across her azure longsword as she pointed her weapon at the He family's people and ordered coldly, "Kill them all!" She had instantly decided the fate of those from the He family. Although she was a woman, she wasn't a magnanimous person. A soft-hearted person could never be the leader of great force. Since she took over the Lu family, she could no longer live for herself. The He family instantly fell to a disadvantage. In truth, the cultivators from both families were equally matched in terms of quantity and strength. However, the patriarch of the He family was dead, and without a leader, these hundreds of top cultivators were unable to act in a cohesive manner. On the other hand, the people from the Lu family had Lu Huaishuang on their side, so their momentum was far greater and they were able to defeat their enemies with ease. Just 1 hour later, all those from the He family were slaughtered except for a small number of people who managed to escape. Despite that, they were just like beasts in a cage on this dead star, so they couldn't possibly cause trouble anymore. While the two families fought, the fierce Gale pirates fled from this place. The Lu family's people couldn't divert their attention to those people either, as their priority was the cultivators from the He family. That was why the fierce Gale pirates managed to leave this place with ease without anyone pursuing them. On the other hand, Xianxia was abandoned by his own people. It was easy to share wealth, but it was hard to endure hardship together. It wasn't even certain whether their head manager could live to see the next sunrise. So none of the star pirates were willing to stay there and let someone else decide their fate. Xianxia continued to bow as he cursed all of his subordinates in his heart. Those people were proactive when they followed him around to drink wine and have fun with women. However, after he fell into trouble, they all ran away as quickly as possible. At that instant, he finally saw through their true colors. 1 hour later, those from the Lu family declared victory. In the end, only a few of them had been injured, which was a small price to gain such immense success. After the war, hundreds of top cultivators from the He family were killed, and even their only Origin King grade starship had been seized by the Lu family. On top of that, the He family patriarch was dead. The outcome was astonishing, and just thinking that the Lu family would be the sole ruler of Morning Sun Star from this day onward, all of them could barely contain their excitement. Everyone knew that everything was made possible because of the young man who appeared out of nowhere. If he hadn't killed He Wu Zue, no one could be certain who would end up the winner today. Lu Huaishuang returned from the battlefield with her clothes still clean and her hair still tidy. There was a charming smile on her alluring face. However, she was startled when she took a look at the place where the young man was supposed to be standing and discovered that he was nowhere to be found now. Meanwhile, Xianxia remained on the same spot, still bowing, the sand around him soaked in sweat. Lu Huaishuang looked around with a frown, and upon confirming that the young man was indeed gone, she felt somewhat dejected. Then, she moved forward and asked, "Where is he?" Xianxia didn't reply to her. "He's gone," Lu Huaishuang uttered. Shocked by what he just heard, Xianxia finally looked up cautiously. Upon realizing that the young man was no longer there, he felt his entire body shuddering. He was more terrified than he was surprised, though, as he had failed to notice it when the young man left. He had been less than 10 steps away from the young man, and given his second-order Origin King cultivation, Xianxia should have noticed something even if the young man was a third-order Origin King. However, the young man just disappeared mysteriously without anyone noticing it, which was why Xianxia was so frightened. At the same time, he was glad that he had made the right decision. Although his dignity was lost, he had kept his life unlike his second brother, third brother, and fourth brother. "Can I get up?" Xianxia asked. Lu Huaishuang snorted. "Why are you asking me?" She was naturally not fond of this fierce Gale pirate head manager. In fact, all the cultivators in the star field despised star pirates, which was why Lu Huaishuang was treating him coldly now. Xianxia put on an embarrassed smile and slowly stood up straight, cautious about his surroundings as he was worried the young man would suddenly reappear and cut him down. It took him almost as long as it would take to boil a cup of tea to get up completely. But after he did, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and brushed away the sweat on his forehead. Since he was still breathing, it meant that the young man didn't have any intention of killing him. Still, he felt slightly dejected, for he was a second-order origin king and the young man wasn't even interested in making a move against him. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have ignored him. "Young Lady Lu, I've heard a lot about you." "Haha." Xianxia put on a fawning smile and cupped his fists at her. Where is he now? Never before in Lu Huaishuang's life had she had such an urge to look for someone. However, at this moment, she could only ask Xianxia about it. I don't know." Xianxia forced a smile. In an instant, Lu Huaishuang looked at him in shock as she had figured out the hidden message in his words, and she couldn't help but be surprised. "I suppose he's still on this dead star though." Xianxia wasn't certain about it himself. Nevertheless, he thought that if that person had really left, he could take the chance and flee from this place. He wouldn't dare to harm the Lu family anymore. After such an ordeal, he just wanted to stay as far away from them as possible. So he uttered hesitantly, "Why don't we look for him together?" Lu Huaishuang glared at him for a moment before silently summoning her star shuttle and boarding it, flying off in a beam of light. The corner of Xiangyao's mouth twitched as he hesitated between fleeing from this place and looking for that strange young man. Eventually, he clenched his teeth and raced after the shuttle as he shouted, "Young Lady Lu, wait for me." For him, it was more than just admiration and fear he felt. He could sense a trace of a higher martial Tao from that young man which he had been pursuing but couldn't attain. Meanwhile, the young man was sitting cross-legged atop a certain small mountain. There wasn't any vitality on this dead star, nor any greenery. Such barren mountains could be seen everywhere on this dead star. This particular mountain was covered in sand and stones, and whenever a breeze whisked past, the sand would be brought up into the air, and a radius of 10 meters around the young man would be hardly visible. The stone mountain was only a kilometer high, but as Xianxia and Lu Huaishuang stood at its base and stared up towards its summit, they felt as if they were gazing upon a 100-kilometer-high mountain because of the young man who sat at its peak. The mountain itself was small, while the figure above it appeared many times larger. Half a month ago, the two of them had cooperated and finally found this figure at this place. Not daring to disturb the young man though, they waited for him at the bottom of the mountain. The wait had lasted for half a month already, and during this time, the young man remained seated on the same spot as though he was dead. No aura leaking from him at all. Neither Lu Huaishuang nor Xianxia knew what this young man was doing. He didn't look like he was cultivating at all. Rather, it was as if he was simply asleep. The half-month wait was extremely dull, but fortunately, both of them were origin kings and were used to cultivating in seclusion for years at a time, so they were used to such monotony. Xianxia wanted to know more about this young man, so he kept asking Lu Huaishuang about him. However, the latter knew nothing about him other than the fact that he mysteriously appeared on her starship out of nowhere. At that time, she even thought he was dead. Nevertheless, she realized that her third uncle's speculation was right. The damage to her starship was undoubtedly caused by this young man. Only a man with such inconceivable power could ignore a volley of 10 crystal cannons without being hurt. However, she was somewhat frustrated now. This couldn't be helped, as this head manager from Fierce Gale Pirates kept talking to her incessantly. He looked more like a nagging housewife than a second-order origin king. However, she realized that there was no sense of obscenity behind Xiangyao's gaze whenever he looked at her. Apart from the fact that he admired the young man, there must be other reasons behind his continued presence. Nevertheless, Lu Huaishuang was fine with this, as she hated it most when men stared at her with licentious gazes. "Young Lady Lu, I believe it's fate that has brought us together. When you're free in the future, why don't you visit me at the Fierce Gale Pirates headquarters? We have many. We can discuss it if you manage to leave here alive." Lu Huaishuang rudely cut him off. In an instant, Xianxiao's expression turned bitter. A few days later, Lu Huaishuang and Xianxiao suddenly sensed something as they looked up at the peak of the mountain. The young man, who had been sitting cross-legged the whole time, finally got to his feet and stretched his back before yawning for a bit. As though he had just awakened from a long dream, he placed his hands behind his back and looked into the distance with his deep gaze. Lu Huaishuang and Xianxiao traded glances before they dashed forward to the peak of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they reached the top. When they landed on the ground, they were startled for a moment because at this moment, the young man was giving off an ethereal feeling. Although he was standing there, it was as though he was some elusive smoke. If they hadn't seen him with their eyes, they wouldn't have known he was there even if they swept the area intensively with their divine senses. Did he sit cross-legged on the same spot for so long just to conceal his aura to the point where no one could notice it? What's the point of doing this? Not daring to appear disrespectful, Lu Huaishuang bowed slightly and uttered, "Lu Huaishuang thanks Senior for his assistance the other day. It was all thanks to Senior that my Lu family remains safe. I am forever grateful." The young man replied, "It was a minor matter. Just see it as the compensation for damaging your starship." So he really was the one who damaged our starship. Although she had somewhat guessed it before, Lu Huaishuang was still astounded when this young man admitted it himself. In a respectful manner, she bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare." She was a powerful master in her own right, but when facing this young man who seemed only slightly older than she was, she lost all confidence as an Origin King realm master. Standing in front of him, she felt like a toddler who was just starting to learn how to walk. It was as though he could knock her down with just one finger. She wanted to ask why he was so powerful and how he ended up being unconscious. However, she decided to keep her mouth shut as she was worried that she might accidentally offend him. Xianxiao was more experienced and flexible than Lu Huaishuang was, so he put on a fawning smile and asked, "Senior, how may I address you?" Lu Huaishuang's gaze brightened up as she turned to look at the young man. "Yang Kai. My name is Yang Kai," the young man replied. A glint of shock flashed across Xianxiao's eyes, as he had never heard this name before. He was certain that this young man wasn't one of the overlords of the star field. Astounded, he thought, "Does he come from that place? If that's the case, then everything makes sense now, including why he was struck by heavenly lightning some time ago. It's because even the heavenly way cannot tolerate his presence here." Agitated, Xianxiao felt that he was right to yield the other day. He might be rewarded handsomely in the future for his wise decision. Apparently, Lu Huaishuang realized something as well, causing her gaze to brighten further. "Where's this place?" Yang Kai asked. "We're on a dead star," Xianxiao replied cautiously. If anyone else asked him such a ridiculous question, he would have slapped him across the face. There were countless dead stars in this star field that had existed since ancient times, so it was impossible to name all of them. The young man's question was indeed unreasonable. "I mean, where is this place?" Yang Kai pointed at the vast heavens and drew a circle. His movement was light, but it was as though he could embrace the entire starry sky. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Lu Huaishuang replied, "This is unending star field." Unending star field? The light in Yang Kai's gaze went out as he heaved a sigh secretly. He was disappointed that he hadn't returned to Hung Luo star field. Although the void corridor in the Dragon Temple was connected to a lower star field, Yang Kai knew that there were a vast number of such star fields. The chances he would return to Hung Luo star field through the void corridor were far less than 1%, and he didn't know how to go there either. After entering the corridor, he could only chase after Wu Kuang's aura. Unfortunately, he lost him halfway through. Now, he wasn't even sure if Wu Kuang was in this star field. Maybe Wu Kuang had found somewhere to hide, waiting for the right chance to rise again. "Senior, are you not from this star field?" Xianxiao mustered enough courage and asked as his heart pounded against his chest, while Lu Huaishuang stared fixedly at the young man. No, there wasn't a need for him to hide this fact. Moreover, they must have realized this as well, so they were just asking this question to confirm their speculations. Upon hearing this, Xianxiao and Lu Huaishuang turned solemn. Xianxia was so agitated that his lips started trembling as he asked in a shaking voice, "Then, where's Senior Yang from?" Yang Kai shot him a cold glare, upon which Xianxia immediately shut his mouth. He was overly excited and had forgotten about the young man's power. He regretted asking that question now. Lu Huaishuang uttered, "There's nothing of any worth on this star. Why doesn't Senior accompany me to my home to have a chat?" Since he wasn't from Unending Starfield, he must have many questions to ask, and if that was the case, there was a chance for Lu Huaishuang to strike up a relationship with him. As long as she could satisfy him, the Lu family would gain tremendous benefits. Yang Kai nodded. "Good." With a faint smile on her face, Lu Huaishuang made a pleased gesture, upon which Yang Kai walked forward to go down the mountain. Just when he reached Lu Huaishuang, his left foot suddenly tripped over his own right foot as he staggered and dazedly fell forward. He instinctively tried to stabilize himself by reaching out his hands, but he happened to grab some plump flesh. At that instant, he could feel the amazing elasticity in his hands. The air seemed to have frozen in an instant. Time seemed to have stopped flowing, and all of them were rooted to the spot. Lu Huaishuang's face turned visibly red as though it was burning with fire. The squeezing sensation on her peak made her feel uncomfortable, and she almost couldn't contain her urge to draw her sword. Given her power and reflexes, she could have avoided it when Yang Kai was falling toward her. However, she was wary of this young man, so she didn't dare to react in an agitated manner. Therefore, she decided to remain standing there, and this was the result. It was the first time her sensitive parts were grabbed by a man, and it was even one she had just met and didn't know anything about. At that moment, her eyes turned bloodshot. Xianxia widened his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with a weird expression. Even if he couldn't wait, he shouldn't have done it here. How did he even trip over his own foot? What's wrong with him? Is he really the same master with unfathomable cultivation who killed 2 Origin King Realm masters with ease? Yang Kai was equally shocked as he retracted his hands slowly and straightened up. Then, he spread his palms and took a look with a frown. When Xiangyao and Lu Huaishuang saw that, they misunderstood that Yang Kai might be reminiscing about something. It wasn't intentional. Yang Kai gazed at her with a sincere expression, but his explanation sounded unconvincing. Lu Huaishuang pressed her lips together and lowered her head. "It's fine." Certainly, she wasn't fine with it as her reputation was involved. However, there was nothing she could do because she was less powerful than he was. It wasn't like she would ask him to take responsibility. Even if he was willing to do so, she would still reject him. After a sigh, Yang Kai spoke up, "Let's go." It was useless for him to explain anything. Only he knew what truly happened. Then he turned around and walked down the mountain. Xiangyao was astounded and thought that this man's temperament was strange. Given the young man's incredible power, he could have flown over, so why did he choose to walk? Since he couldn't figure out what was on the young man's mind, he could only follow him. Lu Huaishuang remained on the same spot for a while to calm herself down before she clenched her teeth and followed him. "Head manager, you don't have to keep following me. You can return to wherever you came from," Yang Kai suddenly said without turning his head. More than half a month had passed, so he was no longer interested in killing Xiangyao. Moreover, he had never had such intentions in the first place, as he quite disdained making a move against a mere second-order Origin King. Whether or not the fierce Gale Pirates were a bunch of evildoers, they were natives of Unending Starfield, so it had nothing to do with Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, Xiangyao felt humiliated as his face started flushing. "Senior, I'm a man of my own words. Since I've sworn to serve you, I will not simply back down now." Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at him, a faint smile forming on his face as he asked, "A man, you say?" Xiangyao's face twitched, but he wasn't sure what to reply to him. "Suit yourself." Yang Kai kept walking forward, upon which Xiangyao hurriedly followed him. Lu Huaishuang couldn't help but knit her brows together as she despised this head manager of fierce Gale Pirates. How could he still be fine after being humiliated like that? At the same time, she was amazed at how thick-skinned he was. If she were in his place, she couldn't have done this. Although the speed at which Yang Kai was walking was leisurely, and there wasn't any trace of him using any movement skill, as though he was simply strolling. Both Xianxia and Lu Huaishuang had to push their Saint Qi to keep up with him, and in just 1 hour, they managed to return to the starships. The 2 starships were parked on this sandy plain, looking like 2 twin giants. Lu Bing was just standing outside the starship when he spotted Lu Huaishuang, so he quickly approached her. As someone with sharp vision, he immediately understood what was going on upon seeing Xiangyao and Lu Huaishuang walking behind the young man. Bowing slightly, he greeted, "Greetings, senior. This one's name is Lu Bing from the Lu family." After a nod, Yang Kai moved past him and stepped onto the starship. Lu Huaishuang walked past Lu Bing and spoke to him via divine sense. "We'll talk about it later." After that, she followed Yang Kai into the starship. She was the head of the Lu family, so she had to arrange everything for Yang Kai first before she could worry about other things. Xiangyao wanted to board as well, but Lu Bing and the others stopped him as they stared at him with hostile gazes. Xiangyao shouted, "I'm Senior's escort, so I have to follow him. Make way." Then he circulated his Saint Qi and pushed the crowd apart. He managed to push them away with ease due to his powerful cultivation, and instead of feeling ashamed, he appeared proud when he announced his status as a servant, which shocked Lu Bing and the others. The head manager of Fierce Gale Pirates, a master in the second-order Origin King realm, is willing to serve as someone's escort? What's wrong with this world? The starship's interior was spacious. Lu Huaishuang led the way and walked along the corridors, bringing Yang Kai to a certain room before pushing open the door and beckoning, "Sir, please." Upon entering the room, Yang Kai caught a whiff of a pleasant scent. That wasn't the smell of perfume, but the natural bodily fragrance of a woman. The room was luxuriously designed, as there were some luminous pearls that were as large as fists dotting the walls. The pearls cast a gentle glow in the room. A thick and soft red carpet was placed on the floor, and to his left was a big bed with pink curtains around it. On his right was a large bathtub with flowers floating on the water. Although Yang Kai hadn't sunk himself into it, he knew that the water must be at the perfect temperature. There was also a dressing table to the side, and although there were no cosmetic products on it, its purpose was apparent. Obviously, this was a woman's room. Moreover, it should be Lu Huaishuang's room, which was the best room on the starship. Most women would avoid getting too intimate with a man. Normally, no matter how much a woman respected her guest, she couldn't let him stay in her room as that would undoubtedly draw criticism. However, given Yang Kai's strength, he was more than just a guest. Lu Huaishuang thought that she could only show enough respect for him by letting him stay in her room. Even though he had molested her before, she wouldn't dare to grow resentful of him. Xiangyao shot her a meaningful glance with a faint smile on his face. Seeing that, Lu Huaishuang started blushing. She didn't have any ulterior motives when she decided to let Yang Kai stay in her room. However, it was still embarrassing for her to do so, especially when this man was just around her age. In a gentle voice, she asked, "Senior, are you fine with this room? If you don't like it, I can prepare you a different one." "No, this is good enough." Yang Kai nodded as he didn't find anything inappropriate about it. It was just a resting place for him, so it didn't matter whether or not it was a woman's room. "I'm glad you like it." For some reason, Lu Huaishuang heaved a sigh of relief, as her expectation was becoming reality. Shocked by this thought, she hurriedly said, "Senior, please rest for now. I must attend to other matters now but will return as soon as they are completed." "Good." Yang Kai waved his hand. It was only then that Lu Huaishuang turned around and left. Before she did so, though, she shot a glance at Xiangyao, as she didn't like this unwelcome guest. However, he had claimed to be in Yang Kai's service now, so it was inappropriate for her to chase him away, which was why she only shot him a glare as a warning. After the door was closed, Yang Kai walked around the room as he picked up a number of things and then put them down repeatedly, as though he was curious about everything in this room. On the other hand, Xiangyao followed him around like a tail. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned around, which almost caused Xiangyao to crash into him. Xiangyao immediately stepped aside and looked at him with an apprehensive expression, only to see that Yang Kai was staring back at him with a grin. "Are you going to follow me into the bath as well?" The corners of Xianxiao's eyes twitched as he lowered his head. I wouldn't dare. I'll leave now. Please just call if you need anything. I'll be waiting outside the room. Upon finishing his words, he dashed out of the room and closed the door. Then he waited respectfully outside. All of a sudden, he put on a helpless smile. Xianxiao had always thought that his disguise was perfect, as even his sworn brothers in the fierce Gale pirates, who had drunk wine and had fun with women with him over the years, had never been able to see through him. However, he knew that his disguise was useless in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had probably seen through him in a single glance, but he just didn't bother to point it out. Then, Xianxiao recalled what Yang Kai had done to Lu Huaishuang earlier. As he thought about his own wish, a glint of determination flashed across his eyes. Then, he nodded and performed a hand seal, upon which his body went through a huge transformation. Yang Kai had taken off his clothes and was leaning against the bathtub. With his arms spread on the edges, he appeared relaxed. His muscles were well-built and balanced. If any woman saw him in his naked state, they would probably scream in surprise. He was in a lower star field now, and although he had come to the unending star field, which was an unfamiliar place to him, he had reached his goal at the very least. When he was founding High Heaven Palace, he thought to himself that he would bring his friends and relatives on Shadowed Star over to the star boundary one day. Although he had been trying hard to increase his cultivation over the years, he hadn't had a chance or managed to find a way to return to his native star field. Nevertheless, he had a chance now. Although he was now in unending star field, it didn't mean that he had no chance to return to Hung Luo Starfield. He knew that all star fields were separate from each other, but some star fields were interconnected. Maybe there were some ways or routes to travel to other star fields from this unending star field. Thus, he made up his mind. His primary goal was to return to Hung Luo Starfield, while his secondary goal was to find out Wu Kuang's whereabouts. He had a feeling that Wu Kuang might be in unending star field as well, and if that was the case, he could try to look for him. Wu Kuang was an old monster with vast experience, so he must know how to travel between star fields. After Yang Kai was done with the bath, he put on his clothes and combed his hair. Then, he summoned his sealed world bead. Bracing himself, he cautiously circulated his Emperor Qi and entered the small sealed world. Inside a quaint house in the small sealed world, Lu Yen, who was in a lotus position, opened her eyes suddenly and left the house. At the same time, the embodiment showed up as well. Upon trading glances, they knew what was on each other's minds. Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, and her daughter were having a good laugh when they saw them. Li Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Sister Lu Yen, what's happening?" "Master is coming." Lu Yan's gaze brightened as she looked in a particular direction. Upon hearing that, Li Jiao was startled for a moment before he looked in the same direction with a surprised gaze. On the other side, Yang Kai appeared elusive, but he soon reached the house and flashed a smile at them. "It seems all of you are here." Lu Yen was standing there as she spread her arms at him. Yang Kai shot her a stare. "What are you doing?" "I want a hug," Yang Kai uttered. "Are you kidding me? Your age seems to have grown in reverse." Upon finishing his words, though, he still walked up to her and lifted her off her feet, as though he was carrying a baby. Sitting on his arm, Lu Yen appeared satisfied as her hair hung loose on her shoulders. Previously, she hadn't seen Yang Kai for a long time as she had been cultivating on Spirit Beast Island. When she finally met Yang Kai on Dragon Island, she didn't have the chance to spend some quality time with him. Now that her wish had been granted, she fiddled with his ear with both hands in a presumptuous manner, as though she had just obtained a new toy. Yang Kai kept shaking his head, but she was relentless, so he had no choice but to give in to her in the end. "Brother Yang." Li Jiao bowed to him. "I'll never forget what you've done for me. If you need any help in the future, just ask. I'll never reject." Lu Sanyang approached them as well and bowed deeply. "Brother Yang, many thanks for helping obtain justice for me." As she spoke, her eyes turned moist. Lu Yuqin hurriedly uttered, "Many thanks, Uncle Yang." She had never been fond of her dragon father. During this period of time, she had heard a lot from her mother about what happened in the past. In her eyes, Li Jiao was her father, while Fu Qi was the evilest person in the world. Yang Kai reached out his hands and helped them up before replying, "It was Brother Li, not me, who got your revenge for you, so you don't have to thank me." Embarrassed, Li Jiao added, "I wasn't powerful enough for that. If you didn't help me, I wouldn't have stood a chance to retaliate against Fu Qi. Although he wasn't the one who killed Fu Qi in the end, he had contributed significantly to his death. However, if it weren't because Yang Kai had gotten the blessing from the Dragon Temple for him prior to that, he wouldn't have even had a chance to stand before Fu Qi. Taking that into consideration, he was eternally grateful to Yang Kai. He was able to get the fury off his chest for what had happened on Dragon Island, and he could look forward to the future now. In fact, he had made up his mind that after he returned to Fire Dragon Palace, he would treat Lu Sanyang and her daughter, as well as his other women, much better. After a casual chat, the embodiment suddenly asked, "Have you come across any trouble?" He was Yang Kai's soul clone in the body of a stone spirit, so he could share Yang Kai's memories if he wanted to, which was why he could sense that something was troubling him. You're right." Yang Kai nodded and spoke, "Have a seat first." Then he waved his hand, upon which some wooden chairs and a table flew out of the house. These things were crafted by those from the Tongxian realm who had left them here. After they were all seated, Yang Kai moved his arms to seat Lu Yen in the chair beside him, but she wouldn't agree to it. Left with no choice, he put her on his lap and draped one arm around her. In just a short while, Yang Kai filled them in on what happened in the Dragon Temple. All of them were stunned upon learning that Wu Kuang had fled from the place by breaking through the void and descending to a lower star field. Nevertheless, they were more shocked by the fact that Yang Kai had chased after him to an unfamiliar star field. Unending star field. The thing is, Yang Kai put on a solemn expression. Every lower star field has its own world principles that will repel any being that is stronger than an origin king. So, besides Yuqin, all of you can't walk around safely outside of here. If you go out, you'll be repelled by the heavenly way. Lu Yen asked, "What about you, master?" Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm, and since lower star fields would even repel people in the Tao Source realm, nothing needed to be said about someone in an even higher realm. "I was repelled as well." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Before I came to this star field, I tried my best to suppress my own cultivation and aura. However, after I entered this place, I was still struck by heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning was how world principles repelled him. Fortunately, he had suppressed half of his cultivation already. Otherwise, the punishment would have been more severe. Although it was just a lower star field, the power of world principles could never be underestimated. If he was constantly targeted by the heavenly way, he couldn't possibly stay safe in this star field. I also stumbled. Pooh! Lu Yen burst into a fit of giggles, as it was hard to imagine how a First-Order Emperor Realm Master would stumble. The others could barely suppress their laughter as well. Yang Kai reached out to knock on her forehead, upon which she hurriedly covered her head and pouted. "So, Brother Li, Sister Sanyang, both of you should stay here for now as we can't return to the star boundary for a while. Don't worry. After I finish handling my own matters, I'll bring you all back." Li Jiao nodded and replied, "It's fine. Since you're able to come, I'm sure you can leave this place as well. Is there anything we can help with? Given your cultivation, it's impossible that you'll come across any dangers in a lower star field. However, since there are so many of us here, we can probably lend you a hand." Yang Kai said with a smile, "If you want to help me, then suppress your cultivation first." "All right," Li Jiao nodded. "I want to help as well," Lu Yen uttered. "Good." In response, Lu Yen flashed a sweet smile at him. Yang Kai had a feeling that she had changed a lot since their reunion. "Where's Luan?" In another room, after Lu Huaishuang was done with her chores, she asked Lu Bing this question. Noticing the coldness in her voice, Lu Bing was shocked as he asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with him?" Lu Huaishuang replied, "He was the one who revealed our location to the fierce Gale pirates and those he family bastards. Luan was her first uncle, who didn't dare to look Lu Huaishuang in the eyes. Things were pretty obvious. Lu Huaishuang wasn't blind, so she didn't need to ask anything to have found out the truth. She didn't punish him earlier because she had more pressing matters to attend to at the time. Now that she was free, she certainly wouldn't let this traitor off. No act of betrayal in the Lu family could be tolerated. Lu Bing was shocked upon hearing that. Him? No way. He and Lu En were cousins. Just 1 month ago, they sat together to drink wine and chat. So he couldn't believe that Lu En had betrayed the Lu family. However, he knew that Lu Huaishuang wouldn't willfully accuse someone. Since she had said so, she must have obtained solid evidence. With a solemn expression, he uttered, "I'll take a look." Then he turned around and left, but he soon returned with a livid expression. Lu En has fled. He had searched around the entire starship, but Lu En was nowhere in sight. The other cultivators from the Lu family also told him that they hadn't seen Lu En for quite some time. Just as I expected, Lu Huaishuang wasn't surprised at all. If she were Lu En, she would have fled as well. Traitors were always more contemptible than enemies. If he hadn't fled, he would have been punished in the harshest way. At the same time, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Lu En hadn't fled, she wouldn't know how to deal with him. Kill him? But he was her elder as well as her uncle. If she really executed him, some people might be disappointed and think that she was too stone-hearted. Since he had run away, it had actually spared her some trouble. Just like those from the He family who managed to escape, he wouldn't be able to live a rich life on this dead star that was devoid of any world energy, even if he survived. That was why she didn't have the intention of hunting him down, as leaving him here was the harshest punishment for him. Why did he betray us? Lu Bing was distressed. He was either after benefits or the enemy found a way to blackmail him. Lu Huaishuang uttered dispassionately and waved her hand. Forget it. Keep this matter to yourself. I don't want to arouse any unnecessary suspicions. Understood. Lu Bing nodded. But Lu En still has some relatives on Morning Sun Star. How should we explain it to them if they ask about it? Third uncle, you'll have to come up with an explanation. Lu Huaishuang stared at him. Lu Bing bowed his head. All right, just leave it to me. He paused for a moment. By the way, what should we do about the He family's starship? Suddenly, Lu Huaishuang lifted her head and said, Don't do anything to the starship before we get that person's permission. Although they were the ones who killed all the He family's men and the Origin King grade starship was supposed to be their prize, Xianxia had actually made the biggest contribution. So, he practically had his name labeled on the Origin King grade starship, even though it was invisible. Lu Bing uttered, I understand what you mean. That's why I've told our fellow clansmen not to enter the starship. However, I don't think that person would be interested in a starship. Why don't you ask him what he thinks about it? Although the Lu family was one of the 2 rulers on Morning Sun Star, they only had one Origin King grade starship with them. If they could obtain another for free, their strategic strength would increase markedly. An Origin King grade starship was one of the sharpest weapons in the star field and had many uses. If they wanted to deal with the remaining He family members after they returned to Morning Sun Star, this starship's power was indispensable. Lu Huaishuang rubbed her temples. Whenever she thought about that person, she would recall the incident where he molested her when they were about to descend the mountain. She could still vividly remember his touch on her chest, so her expression appeared awkward now. He told me it wasn't intentional, but... Ha! Have you found out about his background? Lu Bing asked. Lu Huaishuang shook her head. I only know that he's not from Unending Star Field. Lu Bing's figure shook when he heard that. He's not from Unending Star Field? Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed. Then he... Lu Huaishuang dipped her head. Yes, I suspect that he came from that place as well. No wonder. Lu Bing fell into his thoughts. Even the head manager of Fierce Gale Pirates is willing to become his servant. If he's really from that place, then Xianxia gained a great bargain. Xianxia must have realized that as well, right? Lu Huaishuang replied with a smile. Someone like him is good at avoiding disaster while pursuing good fortunes. If there are no benefits, why would he be so servile to someone else? With a solemn expression, Lu Bing added, Then we have to make sure to be on good terms with him, and we mustn't let Xianxia get the opportunity before us. Alright, we'd better find out his preferences, but we don't know what he likes. Anyway, men are mostly after money, power, and women. Maybe we can start with women. We have a few beauties aboard the ship this time. I'll think about it. Lu Huaishuang nodded indifferently. Realizing that she wanted to be alone, Lu Bing said, I'll take my leave now. Please inform me if you have any news. While Lu Huaishuang was seated on a chair, a myriad of expressions came over her. After pondering over it for a long time, she still couldn't figure out anything. In the end, she decided to visit that person and take things from there. Whether or not she could strike up a relationship with him, she had to familiarize herself with him first. Xianxia had been following him around since the beginning, and if he managed to gain Yang Kai's favor first, then the Lu family would be excluded. This was a huge opportunity, so Lu Huaishuang wouldn't want it to slip through her fingers. While Lu Huaishuang's light steps could be heard, she slowly emerged from the corridor. But when she reached her former room, she was shocked by the person who appeared there and shouted, Who are you? There was a woman, whose figure was curvy and sexy, standing in front of her room. Her peaks were so grand that they looked like they would burst out of her robes at any moment. She was clad in a tight-fitting light purple long dress, and a silk sash in the same color had been wrapped around her waist, which perfectly outlined her willowy body. She even had her back arched slightly in a conspicuous curve, which lifted her bottom and made it look even more alluring. Her silky smooth hair hung loosely over her shoulders, and her watery eyes were so lively that it was as though they were sparkling. Even though they were both women, Lu Huaishuang still felt her heart throbbing when she saw this woman. This woman is a seductress. Of course, her charm would have been even greater if not for the threatening aura of a second-order origin king coming from her. At this moment, Lu Huaishuang wasn't in the mood to appreciate that woman's beauty though. Anyone would be alarmed when they realized that such an unfamiliar master had suddenly appeared on their own starship. A cold glint flashed across Lu Huaishuang's sword as she pointed her weapon at the woman, her expression bitingly cold. Although she had a lower cultivation, she might still stand a chance of defeating her if they fought, as this was her starship and she had support. To her surprise, faced with such direct hostility, the woman remained unfazed. She was holding a box of rouge with one hand and putting on some makeup with her other while looking at the mirror in the box. Her expression appeared serious. Then, she stopped what she was doing and said in a frustrated manner, I haven't done this for years, so I'm not used to it anymore. Little Sister Shuang, can you help me put on some eyeshadow? Little Sister Shuang. Li Huaishuang frowned. Do I know you? She was certain that she had never met such a mature and seductive woman before, so she felt doubtful about the way she was addressed. The woman replied with a smile, We just met not long ago. Do you not recognize me anymore? What are you? Lu Huaishuang became a little impatient, but she soon gawked in shock as a possibility sprung into her mind. The woman suddenly spoke in a completely different tone. How about if I speak like this? You're Xiangyao. Lu Huaishuang couldn't believe her eyes as her jaw dropped as though two invisible fingers had been stuffed into her mouth. The infamous head manager of fierce gale pirates in Unending Starfield had turned into an alluring and fair-skinned lady with a curvy figure. At that instant, Lu Huaishuang felt that her understanding of the world had been turned upside down, and her mind had gone blank. Ha ha ha! The head manager broke into a fit of giggles as her chest swung wildly, threatening to leap right out of her dress. Lu Huaishuang still found it inconceivable, but the person standing in front of her at this moment was a second-order origin king, so there really was no other candidate other than fierce gale pirates head manager. Why? Lu Huaishuang didn't know what to say, as she was gripped by conflicted feelings. The head manager suddenly turned serious and put on a sorrowful expression. We're both women and leaders of our respective forces, so I'm sure you understand the reason behind it. Lu Huaishuang was startled for a moment before she comprehended. When she took over the Lu family, she was criticized by almost everyone. It wasn't that her cultivation wasn't powerful enough, as she was an origin king, so no one in the Lu family was stronger than she. She was criticized mainly because she was a woman. Only after a number of hard-won battles where she had managed to destroy countless opponents and save the Lu family from a series of crises, did her position as matriarch of the Lu family become secure. Now, though, she could no longer be willful, as she had to be mindful of her language and mannerism at all times. It was as though men were naturally in a more advantageous position than women, which she felt was incredibly unfair. All men in the world were born from their mothers, so how could they look down on women? Both men and women were humans, so why was there a disparity between the two? The situation was already so bad in the Lu family, so there was no need to even mention one like the fierce Gale pirates, where the wickedest and most ferocious star pirates in the entire star field had gathered. The head manager uttered, "If those brats ever found out that I'm not only a woman, but a beautiful one at that, do you think I could still manage them? My sworn brothers alone would not hesitate to attack me with obscene intent." Understanding the situation she was in, Lu Huaishuang nodded. Ma Chao-kun and Guming could drink wine and have fun with women with Xianxia. But the prerequisite was that Xianxia was a fellow man just like them. If Xianxia turned back into her female form, her two sworn brothers would undoubtedly develop covetous thoughts about her. For some reason, Lu Huaishuang could sympathize with this woman. In a way, they were in similar situations. They were both beautiful women who were the leaders of their respective forces, so they were restricted in many ways. "Xiangyao isn't your name, right?" Lu Huaishuang uttered. "No woman would bear such a masculine name." The head manager covered her mouth and giggled. "It's just an alias I came up with randomly. How should I call you from now on?" "Xianxiang," she smiled and replied. "I was born in a poor family, so my name is somewhat tacky." Lu Huaishuang nodded slightly and then frowned. With an awkward expression, she asked, "I heard that every night you sleep with 100 women? Since she's a woman, how did she manage to do it?" However, this rumor is probably not unfounded. Still covering her mouth, Xianxiang chuckled. "Little sister Shuang, you're quite the gossip." Then, a glint flashed across her eyes. "If you want to find out, you can try it with me one day." Lu Huaishuang's expression immediately turned grim as she replied in an awkward tone, "No need." At that instant, she regretted asking her this question. "I must be out of my mind. Why are you standing here?" Upon learning that this woman was the head manager of the fierce Gale pirates, Lu Huaishuang stored her azure longsword and curbed her hostility. "Sir is taking a bath now. I'm a woman, so it's not appropriate for me to stay inside." "Oh." Lu Huaishuang nodded and stood to the side, as she didn't dare to knock on the door. The place fell into silence for a moment as Xianxiang was still putting on makeup. All of a sudden, she hurled the rouge box away in exasperation and reached out her hand, upon which a crystal-clear water ball appeared on her palm. After removing the makeup with the water ball, she was then seen with her natural countenance. Then, she let out a breath and uttered, "Forget it." She looked as though she was resigned to her fate, and that she was heading to the execution ground. Lu Huaishuang commented, "You look beautiful in your natural state. You think so too?" Xianxiang suddenly found this young lady from the Lu family amiable. Then she sized her up and compared herself to her. "We're both beautiful in our own ways, so we're equally matched in this regard. However, our temperaments are starkly different. I wonder if Sir prefers seductive or elegant ladies. As for our figures..." She then took a glance at Lu Huaishuang's chest, upon which she felt very proud of her own figure. "What are you looking at?" Noticing her stare, Lu Huaishuang appeared awkward. Then, she lamented in her heart. What did she eat when she was growing up? How did she manage to make them so big? All of a sudden, the door opened silently. The ladies traded glances and turned solemn. Xianxiang crossed her arms lightly to emphasize her bosom, making the deep valley between her mountains appear all the more profound and mysterious before she sashayed into the room. Lu Huaishuang was struck speechless. Still, she checked her appearance to make sure it was in order before she too stepped into the room. "Sir." Xianxiang approached Yang Kai and bowed her head in an attempt to showcase her assets. Yang Kai nodded without even batting an eye. Apparently, he knew that she had turned back into her original form, so he wasn't surprised at all. "Senior." Lu Huaishuang performed a salute as well, but in a more restrained manner. Have a seat. There's something I need to ask you too. Yang Kai beckoned with his hand. Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. There's no need for sir to be so polite with us. Please just ask whatever you wish to. I'll be sure to tell you everything I know. Lu Huaishuang shot her a strange glance, as this was the first time she witnessed someone playing up to a person in power so deftly. Sir, do you need me to help tie your hair? Xianxia gazed at Yang Kai's shoulder-length hair and offered to help. I'm fairly confident in my skills. Good. Then please do. Yang Kai flashed a light smile at her. Pardon me then. Xianxia immediately moved behind him and summoned a comb into her hand before she got to work. At that moment, she looked like an obedient woman who had just gotten married. Seeing that, Lu Huaishuang moved her hand suddenly, upon which a complete tea set appeared on the table. Then, she took some spirit spring water and started boiling it in a meticulous manner. She couldn't make those seductive moves like what Xianxia had done, so she thought she could start with making tea. Fortunately, she had mastered the art of tea since young, so she was skillful in this field. Her movements were so elegant that anyone would be mesmerized when watching her. Soon, the aroma of tea permeated the room. Xianxia never stopped what she was doing as she asked, Is that spirit mist tea from Cloud Mountain? Lu Huaishuang replied, It appears head manager has broad knowledge and sharp vision. With a smile, Xianxia said, It's not that I have sharp vision, but rather that this tea is truly famous. It's thanks to sir that I'm able to have a taste of one of the top 3 teas of the star field. Yang Kai just continued smiling lightly without uttering a word, which made Lu Huaishuang feel dejected. It cost the Lu family a hefty price to obtain this tea, and she only had a small sachet of it. Normally, the Lu family wouldn't even consider drinking it, but it seemed that even with this tea she couldn't obtain the results she was hoping for. After giving it a thought though, she reckoned that if Yang Kai really came from that place, then this top tea in Unending Star Field might not even be good enough for him to moisten his throat. With this thought in mind, she pulled herself together and continued steeping the tea in a serious manner. When the tea was ready, Lu Huaishuang filled 1 cup with it and pushed it towards Yang Kai in a respectful manner. Senior, please. Yang Kai nodded and directly picked it up to take a sip. After allowing the taste to linger on his tongue for a moment, he gulped it down and nodded. Very good indeed. For a lower star field, this tea was indeed quite good. Upon receiving his praise, Lu Huaishuang finally put on a smile. You should take a seat as well. Yang Kai turned his head and said to Xianxia. Although his hair had been tied, she didn't take a seat immediately. Instead, she stood to his side. Yes. Only then did Xianxia take a seat with a smile without appearing uneasy. After having 3 rounds of tea, Yang Kai suddenly spoke up. There's something I need to ask you too. The ladies put down their teacups at the same time and straightened up. Is Unending Star Field connected to other star fields? Upon hearing that, they shook their heads at the same time. In an instant, Yang Kai's heart sank, but he still asked, Are you sure it's not? He didn't think these women would lie to him, but the answer was truly disappointing. Lu Huaishuang replied, Senior, as far as I know, we have no direct contact with other star fields. Realizing something upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Xianxia asked carefully, Sir, do you want to go to another star field? Yang Kai replied, N. Xianxia uttered curiously. Then, why didn't you go to your desired star field through the ancestral domain? Why did you come here instead? Yang Kai stared at her blankly and asked, What is the ancestral domain? Xianxia batted her eyes. Sir, aren't you from the ancestral domain? I have never heard of it before. Lu Huaishuang's jaw dropped slightly as she took a look at Xianxia. Both of them could see the shock behind each other's gaze. How can this be? If he isn't from the ancestral domain, why does he have such powerful cultivation? They had always believed that Yang Kai came from the ancestral domain, but this speculation turned out to be wrong. Both of the ladies were dumbfounded. If he wasn't from the ancestral domain, why was he repelled by the heavenly way? How did he manage to kill 2 Origin King Realm Masters with ease? Sir, I'm sorry, But could you inform us where you hail from? Xianxia looked dazedly at him. After hesitating for a bit, Yang Kai replied, "The star boundary." The star boundary? The ladies were puzzled. It was Yang Kai who was shocked this time. "You've never heard of it before?" Xianxia and Lu Huaishuang shook their heads at the same time. At that instant, they found it a little funny, as they didn't seem to understand what the other person was saying. It was as though they were talking past each other entirely. "All right, I guess you can't go to the star boundary from here. It's not like there isn't such a precedent." Yang Kai thought of a possibility. Many star fields were completely sealed off, so not all cultivators could head to the star boundary from their own star fields. Unending star field must be one such example. "We have never heard of the star boundary, but we can go to the ancestral domain from unending star field," Lu Huaishuang explained. "What is the ancestral domain?" Yang Kai's interest was piqued as they kept mentioning this place. The ancestral domain is the ancestral land of all star fields. Xianxia wouldn't let go of this chance to leave a good impression on Yang Kai, so she started explaining it to him before Lu Huaishuang could. "There are countless planes in this boundless universe, as well as innumerable star fields. However, have you ever wondered how these star fields were born?" "No," Xianxia smiled and waved her hand, upon which the world energy in front of her surged and turned into a washbasin-sized orb. She pointed at this world energy orb and uttered, "This is the ancestral domain, where the heavens and earth were born." Yang Kai nodded and motioned for her to go on. Xianxia waved her hand again, upon which some streams of world energy separated from the orb and stretched out. While using her technique, she explained, "No one knows what happened when the universe was born, but in the early days of the heavens and earth, a certain plane was formed, a star field." As she waved her hand, those streams of world energy formed into fist-sized orbs and hovered around the first orb. Then, she moved her hand again, after which more and more world energy orbs appeared. In just a short moment, countless world energy orbs floated in the air. They came in different sizes and levels of brightness. Their proximity with the first world energy orb varied too. Some world energy orbs would burst, but at the same time more world energy orbs would be born. However, none of these world energy orbs was comparable to the first one. Upon realizing what she was trying to convey, Yang Kai exclaimed, "Fascinating! If that was the case, how was star boundary born, then? What was the position the star boundary occupied in this amazing theory?" Xianxia went on to explain, although the countless star fields are not interconnected, they're all somewhat related to the ancestral domain. I heard that some star fields are closer to the ancestral domain, and when cultivators from those star fields reach a certain level of strength, they can head to ancestral domain to pursue a higher martial Dao. Lu Huaishuang then added, "That's why we all believed Senior was from the ancestral domain." Yang Kai shook his head. "I've never been there, nor have I heard of this place before." He paused for a moment. "Can we go to the ancestral domain from unending star field?" Then, since that was the case, he might still have a chance to return to Hung Luo star field, as he could just regard ancestral domain as a terminal. According to Xianxia, all star fields were related to the ancestral domain, so it must be the same for Hung Luo star field as well. "Yes, we can." Xianxia forced a smile. "But we don't know where the entrance is. Have none of the masters in unending star field headed to the ancestral domain before?" "There were some who traveled to the ancestral domain." Lu Huaishuang nodded in a solemn manner. "Only the top masters could enter the ancestral domain, and only people like them had the right to survive and prosper in that place. Although the two ladies were both origin kings, they did not yet stand at the peak of the star field, so they didn't know how to go there. Those who have entered the ancestral domain have never returned, so we're guessing that there may be no way back to our star field from there." Her speculation was sensible, but Yang Kai thought that the main reason was the heavenly ways rejection. Also, those people might not be interested in returning to a lower star field anymore after they obtained even stronger power. It was the same for himself. If possible, he wouldn't want to go to any star field, as he would rather stay in star boundary to further his cultivation. "Sir, do you want to head to the ancestral domain?" Xiang asked. Yes. Do you know how I can get there? Yang Kai looked hopefully at them. With a helpless smile, Lu Huaishuang replied, although the Lu family is the top force on Morning Sun Star, my family is still quite small when compared to the hegemony of the star field, so I know little about the ancestral domain. She felt upset. If she could help Yang Kai with this matter, then the Lu family would be rewarded handsomely. However, she was unable to seize this opportunity. Xiang darted her gaze around for a moment before she uttered, I don't know how to get there either, but I do know of someone who might. Who? Yang Kai's expression changed. Understanding what she meant, Lu Huaishuang turned to look at her and said, Head manager, you mean the Yen family? Xiang replied with a smile. 500 years ago, the old ancestor of the Yen family left Tai Star and headed for the ancestral domain, which caused an uproar at that time. No one knows whether the Yen family's old ancestor successfully entered the ancestral domain. However, those from the Yen family are the most familiar with such matters in Unending Star Field. If Sir wants to travel to the ancestral domain, you should start with them. The Yen family? A sense of wariness flashed across Lu Huaishuang's gaze as she warned, They're not easy to deal with. What's their background? Yang Kai asked. The ladies knew that he wasn't from Unending Star Field, so he wasn't familiar with the local great forces. Therefore, they explained it to him patiently. In Unending Star Field, the Yen family had raised countless powerful masters. The Yen family not only ruled over Tai Star, but they also controlled 5 other cultivation stars which were at least on par with Morning Sun Star. Meanwhile, Tai Star was far superior to Morning Sun Star. If cultivation stars were graded, Morning Sun Star was only at the mid-rank, while Tai Star would be peak rank. Be it the abundance of world energy or the production of resources, Morning Sun Star was vastly inferior. Hence, the Yen family's foundation was solid and their resources plentiful. In Unending Star Field, the Yen family stood at the apex. They had somewhere between 3 to 5 third-order origin kings, while their current patriarch, Yen Luo, was touted as the strongest in this star field. Star pirates like the fierce Gale Pirates were a band of lawless robbers who committed all sorts of evil atrocities. However, if they ever came across a Yen family starship while traveling across the star field, they wouldn't dare to make a move on them. Upon hearing their explanation, Yang Kai had a basic understanding of the Yen family, and he felt satisfied. Since that was the case, he could start with the Yen family and learn from them how he could head to the ancestral domain. When the ladies saw how calm Yang Kai appeared to be, and that he was unfazed upon learning that the Yen family was a superpower, they increasingly found him to be inscrutable. Xianxia was especially elated and thought that it was really worth it for her to sacrifice her dignity to grab hold of the thigh of a giant like him. If she could follow him to the ancestral domain, becoming his servant was a trivial price to pay. With her gaze brightening up, she covered her mouth and laughed charmingly. What a coincidence! Little sister Shuang. Isn't Tai Star where you're heading? Yang Kai asked. You're going there? After a nod, Lu Huaishuang replied. We were heading to Tai Star to trade for some goods. If Senior doesn't mind, why not accompany us? Morning Sun Star was very far from Tai Star, so even using an Origin King grade starship, it would still take them 3 months to cross that distance. Moreover, the products both stars produced were very different. Every 3 to 5 years, the Lu family's people would take Morning Sun Star's local products to other cultivation stars to trade. Their destination this time was Tai Star. Good. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't reject her. Although he was an Emperor Realm Master, everything was inconvenient for him in this lower star field, as he had to actively suppress his strength and aura. If he tried to use his true power, he would trigger a rejection reaction from the heavenly way. Since they were heading to the same destination, he wouldn't mind a free ride. After confirming his next course of action, Yang Kai went on to ask about other matters regarding Unending Star Field. The ladies explained everything to him in a passionate and honest manner. Xianxia didn't even hide her intentions of wanting to enter his service. For hours later, Yang Kai told them that he was tired. Lu Huaishuang tactfully rose from the chair and bid him farewell. Before she left, she asked him hesitantly how he wanted to handle the He family's Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai waved his hand and uttered, You can have it. Naturally, he wasn't interested in an Origin King-grade starship. Xianxia arched her brow and thought that he was indeed generous, as he gave the Origin King-grade starship away without blinking an eye. However, upon some deliberation, she realized that given his power and status, he certainly saw things differently from her. The treasures in her eyes might just be a bunch of trash to him. Lu Huaishuang thanked him repeatedly and said that she would give him crystal stones of equal value in exchange for the starship. Upon his rejection, she left the room. It wasn't that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but these crystal stones from the lower star field were completely useless to him. On the contrary, if he took out even one of the many high-rank source crystals in his space ring, it would trigger a reign of terror across the star field. Before Lu Huaishuang left, she shot a meaningful glance at Xianxia, who pretended not to see it and stayed behind, unashamedly. After the door was closed, only one man and one woman were left in the room. "Sir, do you have any other needs? Whatever you ask, I'll do it for you." Although the room wasn't particularly hot, Xianxia's face was flushed pink. Her eyes were watery, and she gently pressed her lips together whenever she spoke. Any man who saw her in such a state would be enchanted and agree to do anything for her. Judging from her suggestive words, there was no doubt about what her intentions were. Faced with the young man before her eyes, she could only utilize her beauty to seduce him. Fortunately, she happened to be confident of her allure. Yang Kai was a young and energetic man, and there was a beautiful woman who was trying to seduce him in such a relaxing environment, so he was tempted. But he had been cultivating for a long time now, so he wasn't lacking in self-control. His vision had also been broadened after venturing in the outside world for years. Moreover, he had met countless heaven-defying beauties in the past, so he wouldn't be seduced by Xianxia easily. Staring at her, he asked with a meaningful smile, "Is it worth it?" "What do you mean? You still have your primordial Yin, right?" In an instant, Xianxia's face went from pink to red. She was pretending to be shy just now, but at this moment, she was truly embarrassed. Lowering her head, she bit her red lips lightly, and when she raised her head again, she replied steadfastly, "As long as you can lead me to a higher martial Dao, then it's worth it." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't make such deals." Since her intention had been seen through, Xianxia stopped hiding anything and said calmly, "It is a woman's greatest wish to find a reliable man. Throughout the entire unending star field, the man I'll be interested in hasn't been born yet." Her watery gaze reflected the figure of the young man before her. She wasn't just interested in him. She was mesmerized by his power. It wasn't love at first sight. In fact, she wasn't in love with him at all. However, she knew that if she wanted to look for a man whom she could rely on forever, the one before her eyes was undoubtedly the best choice. The chance was right before her eyes, and if she didn't grab onto it hard enough, it would soon slip through her fingers. She didn't want to reminisce about the past in her old age and regret her hesitation on this day. "How are you so sure that I can bring you to greater heights?" Xianxia tucked her hair behind her ear and replied with a smile, "I don't know what power you possess, but I've always trusted my instincts. You're quite confident. I'm going to visit the Yen family now. Do you understand what that means?" "I do." Xianxia gazed curiously at him, wondering why he mentioned this all of a sudden. "I'm going there to find out how to enter the ancestral domain from them." "How do you think they'll treat me?" Xianxia was startled for a moment, as she had never thought about it before. However, upon pondering the question, she immediately thought of many things. The way to get to the ancestral domain had always been a top-level secret. Although it was rumored that, in unending star field, numerous masters from different ages had successfully entered the ancestral domain, the general public didn't know where the entrance was or how to get there. This secret had always been kept by only the most powerful great forces. Since it was a top secret, they certainly wouldn't reveal it easily. Yang Kai's journey this time wouldn't be smooth sailing, and he would probably find himself in conflict with the Yen family. Tai Star was the Yen family's headquarters, as well as the place where all their top masters gathered. Anyone would be put in a disadvantageous position if they were to fall into a conflict with them there. The young man before her eyes was unbelievably powerful, so she didn't doubt he could escape unscathed even if he couldn't beat the Yen family. However, she was just a second-order origin king. If she was regarded as accompanying him, she would be targeted by the Yen family. By then, she wouldn't have a chance to flee. She was an intelligent person, so she realized many things after giving them a thought. Hence, her steadfastness was soon replaced by hesitation. Initially, she thought that she would have a lot to gain by siding with Xianxia. However, now it seemed that she was too naive. "You may go." Xianxia waved his hand. Xianxia remained unmoving though. She was silent for a short time before she suddenly gritted her teeth and, just like what she had done when they first met, she lowered her head deeply and spoke. "Sir, please allow me to follow you. I'm willing to do anything for you." Xianxia was stunned. "I thought you understood already." The hesitation on her face just now was real. So how did she change her mind in the blink of an eye? Xianxia wondered if all women would change their minds so quickly, or perhaps he was just too simple-minded. Xianxia lowered her head as her fair bosom was exposed, but she didn't do this intentionally. It was just that her peaks were easily revealed in her current dress and posture. In a determined manner, she uttered, "We all will come across a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at some point in our lives, but it will only be considered an opportunity if we can seize it. It might turn out to be a poisonous dagger. Sir, I'm sure you've made bets many times before in your life. So, please give me a chance to make a bet this time. You'll regret it. We all have to choose our own path. Since I've made the decision, I will never regret it." Xianxia stared fixedly at her, while she remained unmoving. Just like what she had said, as cultivators, every decision they made was akin to making a bet when they were faced with an opportunity. Some people won the bet and reached the peaks. However, those who lost the bet would fall into oblivion. Xianxia became who she was by making the right bets on her way up. One couldn't cultivate if one didn't dare to gamble. Although she was a woman, she had spent most of her life among a gang of rough and vulgar men. So, she wasn't as sentimental as other women. Instead, she had the steadfast temperament of a seasoned warrior. She wanted to venture a bet, which was to ride on the waves and surge to greater heights. "Sir, if you doubt my loyalty, I'm willing to give you my soul brand. From now on, I'll be your servant, and I'll never utter a single complaint." Xianxia couldn't help laughing, but it wasn't because he was mocking her. Instead, he admired her courage and boldness. As the head manager of the fierce Gale pirates, she was indeed a capable woman. If she was just a bit brainless, she would have died long ago. Since she wasn't foolish, then he might have a use for her in the future. Xianxia knew nothing about unending star field, so if he had a local as a guide, he would be spared a lot of trouble. Moreover, he was a cultivator in an incredible realm who had descended to this lower star field. Although he possessed an astonishing power, he wouldn't dare to use it as he pleased. Otherwise, he might be repelled by the heavenly way again. It would be a good thing for him to have someone to deal with trivial matters for him. Moreover, this lackey was quite pleasing to the eyes, at least more so than a bulky man following him around. Hearing his laugh, Xianxia looked up at him, hope written all over her alluring face. "You don't have to be my servant, and I don't need your soul brand." "Sir." Xianxia was flustered. She couldn't believe that he still wasn't moved after she made her intentions clear. Did she have to take off her clothes and serve him in bed? Although she was prepared to go that far, that didn't mean she wasn't resistant to the idea. "If you want to follow me, then you have to prove your worth. However, your cultivation is still too weak to do anything for me." Xianxia was startled for a moment before her gaze beamed with ecstasy. "Sir, why you mean? Has he agreed?" That's certainly what it sounds like. Never before in her life had she felt so nervous before. It was as though a beautiful landscape was unfolding right before her eyes, showing her the new future she would attain one day. "So, improve your strength first." Agitated, Xianxia replied, "Yes, I'll cultivate now. I won't disappoint you, sir." Despite what she just said, her cultivation had come to a point that it was extremely difficult for her to reach the next realm. She had been stuck in the second-order origin king realm for hundreds of years already. If there was a chance for her to achieve a breakthrough, she would have seized it a long time ago. This wasn't something she could achieve by sitting cross-legged and cultivating diligently. However, since Xianxia said her cultivation was too weak, then she had to cultivate immediately. Whether or not she could achieve a breakthrough, she had to show him her sincerity. "Open your mouth," Xianxia suddenly ordered. Xianxia was startled, but she quickly opened her mouth as she was told. Before she could even understand what was going on, she felt something entering her mouth and sliding down her throat to her stomach. She didn't even manage to taste it. The next moment, her expression changed drastically, because she felt a scorching heat in her abdomen, as though a fire was burning within her, consuming her from inside out. What is this? A pill? What kind of pill has such terrifying medicinal efficacies? She knew that Xianxia must have fed some incredible pill to her, so she immediately suppressed her shock and changed to a different position. She sat cross-legged on the ground and closed her eyes. Then, she performed several hand seals to circulate her secret art. Xianxia sat down on the side and ignored her as he took a sip of the spirit tea. Gusts of wind whirled around in the room as all the ornaments clanged against each other. Ripples were formed in the bathtub as the water splashed out of it. Blasts of uncontrolled qi devastated the room, causing the place to turn into a mess. It was as though two peerless masters had fought a life-or-death battle here. Xianxia remained unmoving and did not try to resist those blasts of qi as he just let them wash over him. Xianxia's face had turned completely red as she kept moaning with difficulty. Her entire body was soaked in sweat, so her clothes stuck to her skin, emphasizing her alluring figure. Her cultivation was rapidly improving, and it soon reached its peak after just an incense stick's worth of time. Then, her cultivation, which had been stagnant in the same realm for quite some time, suddenly surged and reached new heights. At the same time, an invisible aura spread across the room with Xianxia as the center, causing the already messy room to become even more chaotic. Fortunately, this was Lu Huaishuang's room, and it was protected by several powerful spirit arrays, so the racket in the room wouldn't spread. Otherwise, they would have attracted the attention of those from the Lu family. Then, a long groan was heard. Xianxia's face was so scarlet that it was as though she had applied a layer of rouge on her face. Her body stiffened, and her limbs convulsed uncontrollably. She opened her eyes slowly, and her gaze appeared blurred, as though she was just beginning to breathe again after experiencing a life-or-death battle. Her body remained stiff for a long time before she suddenly gasped, upon which her plump bosom heaved violently, forming an impressive undulation. Xianxia found himself in an awkward position. It was just a breakthrough, but Xianxia made it look like she had just been ravaged. At that instant, he wasn't even sure what he should make of it. Soaked in sweat, Xianxia finally calmed herself down. For some reason, she felt as if she had become lighter, as though she had thrown away some burden that had been weighing her down. Her mind had become razor-sharp, and her vision became clearer than ever. This is the third-order origin king realm. I broke through to the third-order origin king realm just like that? She thought she was dreaming, but when she turned her head and saw the young man's meaningful grin, she realized that everything she just experienced was real. She was now a third-order origin king, a peak-level master in the star field. The bottleneck that had been troubling her for hundreds of years had been broken through without her even understanding what was going on. What spirit pill was that? How is it so powerful? Then, she gazed at Xianxia with gratitude and admiration. Whether or not she would fall into any danger or even get killed while following him around in the future, the reward she had obtained now proved that her earlier decision was right. If she hadn't insisted on following him, this kind of reward wouldn't have befallen her. If she were to cultivate on her own, she might not have reached the third-order origin king realm in her lifetime. The man before her eyes allowed her to become a third-order origin king with just one pill, so the chances he could bring her to even greater heights in the future were great. Elegantly getting to her feet, Xianxia was just about to offer her sincere thanks when she caught a whiff of a foul smell. After she examined herself with a frown, She instantly became embarrassed, for she realized that her entire body was covered in a sticky layer of what looked like black mud, as though she had just swum through a swamp. Her embarrassment then turned to shock as she realized what had happened. She had gone through similar experiences in her life before, and had seen others go through this process a number of times. Normally, only those with weaker strength would encounter this situation when they first began to cultivate. All her bone marrow and meridians had been cleansed, so she had practically been reborn now. The mud on her body was all the impurities that had been expelled from her body. She didn't expect that as she ascended from the second order to the third order origin king realm, she would experience this kind of cleansing, dramatically improving her constitution and physique. This surprise was far more exciting than the fact that she had achieved a breakthrough. A breakthrough simply meant reaching a new realm, obtaining a boost in strength, but the cleansing of one's marrow and meridians meant that her cultivation aptitude had been fundamentally improved. At that instant, she realized that she had underestimated the power of the spirit pill she had been fed. It was no wonder that she felt so light, as she really had shed her old form and been purified. With her heart filled with surprise and joy, she thought that no one could be luckier than she was in this world. "Sir, please forgive my discourtesy," Xianxia uttered before she leapt into the air and plunged into the bathtub. While she was in mid-air, she shed all her clothes. When her curvy figure dove into the water, she didn't cause any splash at all, as though she was as light as a feather. After submerging herself in the water for a while, she emerged on the surface, upon which all the impurities on her skin had disappeared, and her skin appeared delicate and snow-white. The crystal-clear water slid down her face that was as fine as the most beautiful porcelain in the world. The water slowed down when it reached her plump bosom and accelerated after it moved past the twin peaks, cascading down her flat belly. She brushed away the water on her face and rested her arms on the edge of the bath. With her chin resting on her hands, she stared fixedly at Xianxia. She didn't attempt to hide anything. Although she appeared slightly embarrassed, she still tried to make herself look at ease. Since she had decided to serve him, she believed that she would become his woman sooner or later. So, it wouldn't matter that she let him take a look at her naked body first. Moreover, after what just happened, she secretly hoped that he would bed her sooner. If she could become his woman, then he would certainly treat her even better. Although she wanted something from him, she wasn't ill-intentioned about it, nor did she have any ulterior motive. Xianxia didn't look away, as there was no reason for him to turn down a naked lady's advances. As a man, he wasn't afraid of looking at her as he took a seat beside the bathtub and said, "Tell me about the secret art you've been cultivating." Xianxia's expression changed as she realized something. Suppressing the excitement in her heart forcefully, she began describing her secret art in detail. Her cultivation technique was one of the best in Unending Star Field. But while others might covet her secret art, she knew that the man before her eyes wouldn't. While she was explaining her cultivation technique, Xianxia listened attentively and asked some questions from time to time. Then, he told her to show him her artifact. Upon examination, he formed a general idea of what to do. 1 hour later, Xianxia put on her clothes and stood before Xianxia. After her marrow and meridians were cleansed of impurities, she appeared even more alluring than before. By just standing there, she was an attractive sight herself. However, she was slightly disappointed as she didn't manage to arouse this man's more carnal instincts, despite the intimate atmosphere earlier. Nevertheless, a man like him was indeed reliable, so she still felt that she had made the right bet this time. As cultivators, we tirelessly try to pursue a higher martial Tao. However, we're bound to come across enemies and battle against them along the way. When that happens, whether or not your cultivation is strong enough is often the deciding factor. Nevertheless, artifacts and secret arts are indispensable as well. Although your secret art is decent, it's still too weak. I have a secret art with me that should be suitable for you. Take it and study it. Xianxia took out a jade slip and passed it to her. Suppressing her excitement, Xianxia performed a salute. "Many thanks, sir. I'll also give you this artifact. Try to refine it as much as possible. I might need your help on Tai Star." Then, he passed an artifact that looked like a ribbon to her. The ribbon was woven from 7 colors, and it was bright and strikingly beautiful. Xianxia fell in love with it at first glance. She had been pretending to be a man for a long time, so even her artifact was rather masculine. She had never used a feminine artifact before, so this ribbon had undoubtedly made one of her long-held wishes come true. Xianxia didn't have the time to look into the secret art yet, but she believed that since it was given to her by Yang Kai, it wouldn't be weak. At the very least, it must be better than her own cultivation technique. On the other hand, she could tell that this artifact was sublime at first glance. She ran her hand over the ribbon and felt the aura fluctuation coming from it. With an agitated expression, she looked longingly at him. "Sir, your cultivation really must be above the Origin King realm." Most cultivators in this lower star field were aware that there was a higher realm than the Origin King realm, but they didn't know the secrets of that realm or how to reach it. They didn't even know its name. Normally, they would just refer to it as a realm that was above the Origin King realm. The artifact in her hand must be above Origin King grade, so the person who gave it to her must be in a realm that was higher than the Origin King realm. The realm above Origin King is called the Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. Tao Source Realm. Xianxia raised her head and looked excitedly at him. It was the first time she found out the name of the realm that was above the Origin King realm, as though a door had opened right before her eyes, which showed her an entirely new world. Only by transforming all your Saint Qi into Source Qi will you have the right to achieve a breakthrough to the Tao Source Realm. Cultivate diligently, you still have a long way to go. What you have to do now is to strengthen your foundation. Xianxia suppressed her excitement and longing as she replied respectfully, "Yes. You may leave now. Inform me when we're about to reach Tai Star. Don't bother me if there's nothing urgent." Xianxia bowed and turned to leave. She pressed the ribbon against her chest, as though she was holding the most precious treasure in her life. After she left the room, she didn't look for a secret room to cultivate immediately. Instead, she directly sat cross-legged in front of the door, acting as Yang Kai's bodyguard. A short time later, Lu Huaishuang came to look for Yang Kai. Earlier, she had gone to handle the matter regarding the He family's starship. She told some Lu family members to sail the He family's starship back to Morning Sun Star first. The He family's patriarch and hundreds of their top cultivators were dead, so she had to let the Lu family members back home know about it as soon as possible so that they could begin preparations. When she returned to Morning Sun Star, she could directly launch an attack on the He family. After the He family was destroyed, she believed that there would be no more dangers to the Lu family left on Morning Sun Star. When she saw Xianxia sitting outside the room, she didn't pay much attention to her at first, but she soon fell into a dazed state. They had just separated for 4 hours, but she could feel that this fierce Gale Pirate's head manager had gone through some kind of transformation. The latter had become even more charming and alluring. Although she was a beautiful woman herself, Lu Huaishuang was still enchanted by Xianxia's current beauty. Following that, she exclaimed in absolute shock, "How have you reached the Third Order Origin King realm?" Xianxia had just achieved a breakthrough, so she couldn't conceal her aura yet. It was apparent to Lu Huaishuang that the woman before her eyes was a Third Order Origin King, but less than half a day ago she was still just a Second Order Origin King. Xianxia smiled without replying to her. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to reveal the secret to her, but Yang Kai's methods were too inconceivable. She was worried that Lu Huaishuang might develop ill intentions upon finding out what happened. If this woman also wanted to rely on Yang Kai, then there would be one more competitor for her. Naturally, as the head manager of the fierce Gale Pirates, she wouldn't ask for such trouble herself. Despite her silence, Lu Huaishuang was easily able to figure out some things and asked in shock, "It was him, wasn't it?" With a smile, Xianxia replied, "Sir is cultivating in seclusion right now, and I need to meditate as well to consolidate my breakthrough. Little sister, please go back now if there's nothing important. Sir told me to inform him only when we're about to reach Tai Star." A myriad of expressions came over Lu Huaishuang before she nodded her head. "Good. Congratulations." The transformation in Xianxia had had a huge impact on her. Is this the benefit of relying on a master like him? What's the point of me having persevered for so many years? The Lu family is such a heavy burden on my shoulders, which makes it difficult for me to even breathe sometimes. Should I just give it all up and ask him to become my master as well? The man inside the room was the best choice she would ever come across. Since he could accept Xianxia, then he might accept her as well. She was confident that she wouldn't lose out to anyone when it came to her beauty. That was the innate advantage of a woman. No, she's walking down the path she has chosen, and I have my own path to explore. Vines can grow taller by climbing a huge tree, but with the help of sunlight and rain, a sapling can grow into a mighty tree as well. At that instant, the shackles that had chained her for years relaxed a little, causing her aura to change slightly. With her gaze becoming determined, she put on a smile as she had let go of something in her heart. Got it. I'll inform you about it by then. We're not the same kind of people. You have your own way to survive, and I have my own method to grow stronger. Although the paths we've chosen are different in terms of difficulty, our destination is the same. When we come across each other in the future, I hope you won't be too surprised. The black starship started to lift off and left the dead star, accelerating out into the borderless star field. It was the first time Yang Kai slowed down his pace in years. On his martial Tao, he had always been running ahead diligently, not daring to slack for even a moment. What spurred him on were the threats from all directions and his desire for greater power. Now that he had slowed down all of a sudden, he realized that there were more paths in his life than he had imagined, and the view around him was magnificent as well. During his stay in the room, he would often enter the small sealed world and chat with Lu Yen, the embodiment, and the others inside. Sometimes he would boil a pot of tea and read an ancient book for days. His life on the starship was quite relaxing. One had to know when to work hard and when to relax when cultivating. A skillful archer would untie the string when the bow wasn't in use to ensure the longevity of his instrument. It was said that by reading more books, one could marry a beautiful wife and earn a lot of money, thereby achieving success in life. However, that was just self-delusion and consolation for those poor scholars. However, it couldn't be denied that one could improve one's state of mind by reading more books. All of a sudden, he put down the ancient text in his hands and gave it a hard thought. Moments later, a realization dawned upon him. It's because I've always been in a rush. He had always been cultivating at an incredible speed, and each of his breakthroughs was astonishing enough to shatter most people's imagination. However, since he reached the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, he had been stuck in this realm for a long time. He couldn't achieve a breakthrough no matter how hard he tried. He had always thought that it was because he hadn't come across the right opportunity to ascend to the next realm. However, he now realized that it wasn't that the opportunity hadn't come to him. Instead, it was his mentality that was the problem here. He had always been in a rush to pursue greater strength and achieve a breakthrough from the First Order to the Second Order Emperor realm to explore the secrets of a higher martial Tao. What he didn't realize was that the more eager for success he was, the further his goal drifted away from him. His attitude to relentlessly pursue progress had formed a shackle that chained him to the peak of the First Order Emperor realm. Although he had an inkling of this previously and had planned to let nature take its course, he still craved greater power when he was in an environment like the star boundary. Naturally, he couldn't be at ease, thus failing in his attempt to achieve a breakthrough. However, since he came to this place, not only did he not dare to use his power as he pleased, but he had also suppressed his cultivation as best he could. Also, he couldn't cultivate at all. It was when he was forced to enter such a relaxed state that he finally realized the crux of the problem. It was like a shaded area under the light. The problem had always been right before his eyes, but he had failed to notice it because he had never looked down at his own feet. Whether or not he could return to Hung Luo Star Field this time, the journey had been fruitful because he had realized his own problem. He believed that he would be pleasantly surprised when he returned to Star Boundary. Then, he picked up his book again and poured his attention into it. He was so quiet that it was as though he was someone who was in his twilight years. Do. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Come in, Yang Kai uttered without raising his head. Xianxia pushed the door open and entered the room, upon which the pleasant fragrance wafting from her body soon permeated the entire room. "Sir, we'll be landing on Tai Star soon." She wouldn't dare to forget Yang Kai's order. Right after Lu Huaishuang's subordinate informed her about it, she immediately knocked on the door to inform him. "Good," Yang Kai acknowledged as he continued staring fixedly at the ancient book. "Is that some kind of supreme secret technique manual?" Xianxia's interest was piqued. Yang Kai could easily give her a profound and abstruse secret art, so his heritage must be incredibly rich. Hence, the book he was reading so attentively must contain great mysteries and unfathomable knowledge. She knew that it was wrong to take a peek, especially when the other party was a powerful master, which might cause him to feel repulsion. If that happened, her previous efforts would all be wasted. However, a woman's curiosity would bounce back harder the more it was suppressed. Initially, Xianxia kept her head lowered. Yang Kai was unsuspecting, but it didn't mean she could take a peek at his secrets. Nevertheless, a moment later, she couldn't contain her urge anymore, so she stole a glance at the ancient book. However, when she saw the book's title, the corner of her mouth twitched. Emerald Mountain Record? This is not a secret technique manual at all. Yang Kai closed Emerald Mountain Record and rose from the chair. As he moved past her in a few steps, he uttered, "Let's go." Hearing that, Xianxia hurriedly followed after him. Your realm is only considered stable when you attain complete control of your aura, allowing you to take it out and conceal it at will. You have to work harder. Upon hearing what he said, Xianxia nodded repeatedly and replied obediently, "Sir, you're right. It's just that it's been too short a time. Only half a month had passed, so she didn't have enough time to fully consolidate her new cultivation. Although she was already in a better state than half a month ago, her third-order Origin King aura was still pretty conspicuous. Anyone with a decent enough vision would be able to easily sense it. How about the refinement of the artifact? I've achieved some success, but I still can't wield it freely." The ribbon was a Dao source-grade low-rank artifact. Yang Kai couldn't remember how he obtained it. He had killed many cultivators over the years, and their belongings had all become his spoils. Although it was only a Dao source-grade low-rank artifact, it was still difficult for Xianxia to refine it because she had just reached the third-order Origin King realm not long ago. "What about the secret art? I'm still studying it. And feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand." "Many thanks, sir. There are indeed many parts that are difficult for me to understand." Xianxia didn't pretend to understand more than she did. If she wanted to work under Yang Kai, she had to make sure that she was useful to him, since her worth stemmed from her power. The starship stopped somewhere in the starry sky. It would still take them half a day to reach Tai Star. After the cabin door opened, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said to Lu Huaishuang, "Miss Lu, farewell. Sir, farewell. Please stay safe." Lu Huaishuang performed a salute to him in an elegant manner. The top cultivators from the Lu family behind her cupped their fists to bid Yang Kai farewell as well. She didn't make him stay nor tell him they would meet again, because she knew that the reason he chose to part ways with her here was that he didn't want to drag the Lu family into this mess. Tai Star was the Yen family's base, so the forces they commanded on the star were vast with countless informants lurking in every corner. Yang Kai's visit this time would surely turn into a conflict with them, and if the Yen family looked into the matter, they would find out that he came to the star with the Lu family. By then, the Lu family would be implicated. Both Lu Huaishuang and Yang Kai understood this. With this thought in mind, she heaved a sigh secretly. If it weren't because she had to protect her family, she was more than willing to deliver him to that place directly. Their destination was the same anyway. However, she had a huge family behind her, so she had to be careful in everything she did. Therefore, she was grateful that he was sensitive and considerate. If he insisted on reaching the destination with the Lu family's people, she couldn't possibly reject him. Instead, he decided to make the starship stop when they were still some distance away from Tai Star to make a clean break with them. After the departure, they might not even meet again in the future. Certainly, she hoped to see him again in the future. By then, she would stand before him with a higher cultivation realm. Yang Kai turned his head and hinted at Xianxia, who immediately summoned her own star shuttle. After they stepped on it together, the shuttle transformed into a beam of light and shot towards the star field. Star shuttles were a commonly used flight-type artifact in the star field. Yang Kai had used one himself back when he was in Hung Luo star field. However, they were no longer useful after he entered star boundary. Xianxia's star shuttle was an Origin King-grade artifact, but although its speed was quite fast, it still took them more than half a day to reach the periphery of Tai star. It was a huge azure sphere that looked like a giant eye in this boundless star field. It radiated a mesmerizing glow and was encircled by a layer of faint aura mist. Yang Kai knew that it was the world energy of Tai star. This Yen family's base indeed lived up to its name. Tai star was one of the best cultivation stars Yang Kai had ever seen. In the entire Hung Luo star field, only Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star, was comparable to it. Sir, should we go directly to the Yen residence? Xianxia asked as she controlled her star shuttle. Yang Kai was standing right behind her, and despite him not using any energy, his figure was as stable as a mountain. No matter how fast the shuttle was, he remained unmoving, as though roots had grown beneath his feet. Yes, go there directly. Good. Xianxia nodded as she was moved by his confidence. Yang Kai was someone in a realm that was above the Origin King realm, so he was practically unrivaled in this star field. Therefore, the Yen family was certainly no match for him. If the Yen family's people caved into him and told him the way to enter the ancestral domain, then it was all good. However, if they were obstinate, Xianxia could already envision the kind of calamity this mighty family in unending star field would suffer. They had only met each other a short time ago, so she still didn't understand Yang Kai's temperament or personality well. However, she could feel that the master she had sided with was an easygoing man. He wasn't someone who would oppress the weak with his power. This was the kind of demeanor a master should have. Those who loved to oppress and make others submit to them were usually diffident about themselves. So, the best way to communicate with someone like Yang Kai was to be totally honest with him. One might even get some rewards in return. Hopefully, the Yen family will know what to do. Xianxia had been to Tai star several times before. After all, this was the best cultivation star in this star field. Although she was the head manager of the fierce Gale pirates that everyone despised, no one had seen her real face before, so to enter Tai star safely, she just needed to revert back to her original appearance. Hence, she was already familiar with the route to get into Tai star. After circling around the star in the opposite direction for a moment, she flew the shuttle towards the surface. After they passed through a layer of clouds, the view of the ground came into sight. It seems that we've come to a remote area. Xianxia appeared slightly embarrassed as she observed the surroundings. It's all right. After they continued flying in the air for 4 hours, a massive city finally came into their sight. That's the Yen family's base. When they were about to reach the city, they landed on the ground and walked forward. Any sizable city wouldn't allow any cultivator to fly into it directly because it would make it hard for them to manage the city. Only some people with special status were allowed to do that. Yang Kai was already used to such customs, so he was fine with it. The city wall was more than 100 meters tall and its gates were wide open. A hideous head that looked like a ferocious ghost was hung below the gate, its eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. Its wide-open mouth was the entrance to the city. All the cultivators who entered the city seemed to have been swallowed by this ferocious ghost as they disappeared into its mouth. Whenever a cultivator passed through, the ghost's crimson eyes would glint, as though it was examining something. Many cultivators were waiting at the gate. Xianxia asked for Yang Kai's opinion and then lined up at the back of the line with him. An incense stick later, it was their turn to enter the city. Yang Kai suddenly felt a stream of energy sweeping over his body, which felt like he had been inspected by divine sense. But he knew that it was something different. At that instant, he realized that it was the secret technique embedded in the ghost sculpture's eyes. It didn't have any ill intention as it was just making a record. It was already the middle of the night, but the city was still hustling and bustling, as though it was a living creature. All the households in the city still had their lights on. Even the narrowest alley was illuminated by the lights around it. Countless cultivators streamed along the streets and rubbed shoulders with each other. The streets were designed in an intricate manner, and every street was lined with 2 rows of shops, so the city appeared very lively. All the shops came in different shapes as well. Some of them appeared exotic and pleasing to the eyes. There was also a tower with several dozen floors that looked like a huge pillar in this bustling city. In the middle of the city was a mountain with 2 summits. It was so high that it almost reached the clouds. The 2 summits were perfectly symmetrical, as though they were made from the same mold. Xianxia raised his head and saw that many buildings had been built from the bottom through to the top of the mountain like a ladder. The lights over there were especially bright. The rows of palaces appeared imposing and magnificent. That's where the Yen family's clansmen live. Besides the masters that have been stationed in other places, all Yen family members live there. Xianxia pointed at the mountain and explained. A moment later, she asked, "Sir, are you going there now or?" "I was just looking around." "Let's go there now." Xianxia replied. "Sir, this way please." Xianxia uttered and led the way. Although the city was massive, Xianxia could walk around pretty quickly, as she was in the 3rd order Origin King realm. On the other hand, Xianxia didn't exude an aura, but his movements were still remarkably quick. 2 hours later, they reached the bottom of the double summit. Outsiders are not allowed past this point. This is where those from the Yen family live. There was a guard who was responsible for blocking outsiders from entering the compound. The guard was in the 3rd order Origin Returning realm, which was just a step away from the Origin King realm. He could already be considered a master in this star field, but in this Yen family base, he could only serve as a guard, which went to show how firm and robust the Yen family's heritage was. Although his tone sounded polite, his expression appeared aloof. The way he swept a glance over Xianxia was slightly disdainful because he didn't sense any energy fluctuations coming from him. So he thought that the latter was just an ordinary person. Nevertheless, he was startled at Xianxia's Origin King aura. Although he couldn't determine her cultivation accurately, he was certain that she was in the Origin King realm. Moreover, she was beautiful and charming, so he immediately started having licentious thoughts about her. A strikingly beautiful Origin King realm master like her was rare. If he were in the outside world, given his cultivation, he would not dare to size up an Origin King so wantonly. Nevertheless, he was now standing outside the Yen residence, and he was also a Yen family disciple, so although he was in a lower realm than her, he still brazenly swept his eyes over her figure and admired her beauty. He thought that if he could sleep with such a woman for one night, he would have no more regrets even if he had to die. The other Yen family's guards around the place also looked at her and drooled over her body. Xianxia's face fell when she saw that. She was now a 3rd order Origin King, one of the few peak-level masters in this star field. So what if they were from the Yen family? Weaker cultivators should show due respect to a master like her. If she had come here on her own, she would have swallowed her anger. However, she was now under Xianxia's wing, so her actions would affect his reputation, which was why she couldn't tolerate their presumptuous behavior. As such, she swiftly released her 3rd order Origin King aura, causing the Yen family's guard, who had been ogling her, to turn pale. After he staggered backwards more than 10 steps, he barely managed to stop himself from falling on his butt. With his hand pressed against his chest, he was still reeling from the shock as for a moment. He felt as though he was about to leave for the other world. That was an Origin King's pressure. Moreover, it wasn't just any ordinary Origin King realm pressure. The guard reckoned that this beautiful woman must at least be a 2nd order Origin King. A myriad of expressions came over him as he gritted his teeth and choked down his displeasure. Although he was a Yen family disciple, this woman's cultivation was shockingly powerful. The Yen family wouldn't choose to offend such a master over such a trivial matter. No longer daring to be arrogant, he cupped his fists with a solemn expression. "Madam, may I know your name and what you are here for?" He was starkly different from his earlier haughty self. Xianxia uttered dispassionately, "I'm here to see the Yen family's patriarch. Please inform him of my visit." "You want to see the patriarch?" The guard was shocked as he shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot help you with this. The Yen family's patriarch was the overlord of this star field, so not just anyone had the right to meet him. Although the woman before the guard's eyes was an origin king, there was a vast difference in strength and status between origin kings. She might not necessarily be worthy of meeting their patriarch. I just want to visit Patriarch Yen. Please lend us a hand. The person shook his head again. It's not that I'm not willing to help, but... He paused for a moment. Madam, have you met our patriarch before? If they were old acquaintances, then there wouldn't be a problem. He would be more than willing to inform the patriarch about it. Maybe this charming woman was the patriarch's mistress in the outside world. I've always admired him, but I haven't had the chance to meet him before. Then, please. As Xianxia spoke, she flicked a space ring towards the guard. It was said that money made the world go round. As the head manager of the fierce Gale Pirates, Xianxia had a lot of precious things with her. After taking the space ring, the guard scanned it with his divine sense and arched his brow. Madam, since you're so insistent, I'll inform the patriarch about it. Whether or not he'll meet you? Xianxia replied with a smile. That's fine. Just help me inform him about my visit. She didn't want to make things difficult for a mere guard. The person turned around and dashed up the mountain at full speed. Madam, please have a seat. Perhaps the other guards knew that they were eligible to share the benefits in that space ring, so they treated Xianxia politely. One of them even took out a chair and placed it in front of her. Xianxia thanked him, but she shook her head with a smile, because she wouldn't dare to take a seat in front of Yang Kai. A moment later, the guard, who had gone up the mountain earlier, came down hurriedly and stood before Xianxia. Madam, our patriarch is currently cultivating in seclusion, so I'm sorry to disappoint you. Then, he told her something else with a smile. However, the second elder, who is on duty now, is willing to meet you. The second elder? You mean Elder Yen Qing? Xianxia was apparently familiar with all the elders of the Yen family. That's right. Although Xianxia didn't make an appointment before her visit, in the end, she was an origin king. Moreover, she was a master in the second-order origin king realm at the very least, on top of being a beautiful lady. Upon learning about her visit, Yen Qing thought it was inappropriate to simply force her to leave, and he wanted to meet her out of curiosity. The Yen family controlled several cultivation stars not only by relying on the power of their own clansmen, but also the many masters who worked for them from other clans. If they could recruit this beautiful woman, she would be a great help to the Yen family. Please follow me. The guard stepped aside and gestured politely. Xianxia nodded and thanked him. At this point, she couldn't possibly insist on meeting the patriarch, so she decided to meet Yen Qing first. Seeing that Yang Kai wanted to tag along, the guard frowned. Not everyone had the right to ascend the Yen family's twin summits. Although the young man had followed the beautiful woman to this place, he was obviously an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, so obviously he lacked such qualifications. He's with me. Please allow him to come along as well. Xianxia flashed a gentle smile at him. The guard frowned but stopped making things difficult for them. After a nod, he led the way for them. It was said that rules were inflexible but humans were adaptable. Since he had benefited from her already, he didn't want to harp on such a trivial issue. Then, the three of them trekked up the mountain. They came across many cultivators with powerful cultivations along the way, but when the men saw Xianxia, they couldn't contain their urges as they brazenly sized her up. Xianxia wasn't used to such stares, so throughout the long walk, her brow remained knitted together as she was gripped by a sense of fury. When she pretended to be a man in the past, things were simpler as she could kill whoever she wanted, and she had never been stared at like this before. Fortunately, the further up they went, the fewer people there were, and in just an incense stick worth of time they reached a grand palace. The guard uttered, "Madam, please go in. Second elder is waiting for you inside." As he spoke, he took a look at Yang Kai in shock. He was in the third-order origin returning realm, while the madam was an origin king realm master, so the pace at which they walked was quite quick. However, he didn't expect that this young man could follow them closely, but he couldn't sense him using any chi at all. What is going on? Xianxia thanked him again and stepped into the palace. The main hall was spacious with sculpted columns dotting around the place. An elderly man was sitting in the corner with a cup of aromatic tea in his hand. Seeing that two people were entering the place, he raised his head as his gaze brightened up. What a charming lady! However, when he noticed Xianxia's aura, he was instantly shocked. She's a third-order origin king. When the guard informed him of a woman's visit, he just said that a beautiful woman wanted to see the patriarch, and her cultivation was quite powerful. She was thought to be in the second-order origin king realm at the very least. Nevertheless, the guard's vision wasn't sharp enough to judge her accurately, so he failed to realize she was a genuine third-order origin king. Upon that realization, Yanqing rose from his chair slowly and greeted her with a smile. He wouldn't have done this if she was just a second-order origin king, but she was a third-order master equal to him. Xianxia approached him and bowed elegantly. Greetings, Elder Yanqing. Yanqing returned the courtesy as well and flashed a gentle smile at her. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. May I have your honored name, madam? After Xianxia introduced herself, Yanqing's expression remained calm, but a sense of doubtfulness flashed across his eyes. He didn't remember any master called Xianxia in his mind. Moreover, she was a woman. There were hardly any women in the third-order origin king realm in this star field, so where did this woman come from? Although he was puzzled, he still didn't directly try to inquire about her background. Since she had personally come here, she must have a request to make. So, he wasn't worried that he couldn't find out more about her. However, it seemed that this woman had just reached the third-order origin king realm, as she could barely conceal her own aura. Yanqing hospitably invited her to take a seat. When he saw Yang Kai sitting down as well, he couldn't help but frown and think that this brat was mannerless. Nevertheless, before he found out about the relationship between the young man and Xianxia, he wasn't willing to cause a scene. So he just ignored him for now. After he clapped his hands, a maid came over and served tea to them. During their following conversation, Yanqing discreetly tried to inquire about Xianxia's background, but she always tactfully changed the topic, which made him feel displeased. Upon finishing their tea, he asked directly, Lady He, may I ask what your purpose here is? Xianxia stopped smiling and replied in a serious manner, I'm sorry for coming without an invitation. There's indeed something I need from the Yen family. I hope you'll forgive me. Yanqing chuckled. Lady He, please speak freely. My family does have some power in the star field, so if there is anything I can help you with, I won't turn you down. Certainly, he was just being polite. Nevertheless, if it was just a small favor, he would consider lending her a hand. It would be good to make this woman owe them a favor, as that might help them recruit her in the future. Elder Yanqing, you're too humble. In the entire star field, only the Yen family can help me with this. Lady He, you think too highly of my family. Yanqing chuckled good-spiritedly, but he had put his guard up at that moment. Judging from what she said, the favor she was here to ask wouldn't be small. If that was the case, he had to be more careful. I want to enter the ancestral domain, Xianxia uttered. Yanqing's laughter stopped abruptly, as though someone had reached out and clenched his neck, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Staring at her, he questioned, Madam, do you understand what it is you are asking? Xianxia forced a smile. If it were an easy task, I wouldn't have come here to ask for your help. I know that the Yen family is probably the only force in this star field who knows how to enter the ancestral domain. Elder Yanqing, please assist me. With a cold expression, Yanqing refuted, Madam, I don't know where you've heard this rumor from, but no one from the Yen family knows how to enter the ancestral domain. He was utterly exasperated as he thought that this woman had overestimated her own abilities. She wasn't a close friend of the Yen family, and it was the first time they met, so how could she ask for access to the ancestral domain? Was she out of her mind? The way to enter the ancestral domain was also a top secret within the Yen family, and only a small number of the highest-level members in the family knew a thing or two about it. 500 years ago, an old ancestor from your family. Before she could finish her words, Qing swung his long sleeve and rose from his chair. Madam, you may leave now. I won't see you off. He wasn't willing to keep talking to her anymore. If her request was something else, he would still discuss it with her even if it was difficult to achieve. However, the method to enter the ancestral domain must never be leaked. If it weren't because she was a third-order origin king realm, he would have directly taught her a lesson. Xianxia remained unfazed, however, as she had expected this outcome. After hesitating for only a moment, she continued, "Since there's something I need from you, naturally I've prepared an appropriate compensation for you." Qing laughed smugly. "There's nothing the Yen family does not possess in this world. What do you think you can? What is this?" He widened his eyes and stared fixedly at the spirit pill in her hand. The Longan-sized spirit pill was white and translucent, like a perfect pearl. Nevertheless, the fragrance wafting from the pearl was unfamiliar to Qing. After he took a whiff, he realized that the Saint Qi within his body was surging, which caused him to be astonished. He was a third-order origin king realm master, as well as the Yen family's second elder, so there was basically no spirit pill in this world that he had not seen or heard of before. Nevertheless, he had no idea what this spirit pill was. At first glance, he could tell that this pill was of an unimaginably high quality and grade. As far as he was concerned, there was no spirit pill in this world that was comparable to it. Xianxia went on to say with a smile, "Elder Qing, are you satisfied with this reward?" Qing's expression changed as he instinctively felt that the pill in her hand would help him tremendously. Despite his calm temperament, he still couldn't help but gulp as he stared fixedly at the pill. It was as though he was looking at a naked beauty who was inviting him, which aroused his greed greatly. There was rarely anything in this world that he lusted after. If he needed anything, his family could get it for him. However, at this moment, he eagerly wanted to know what kind of transformation he would go through after he consumed the pill. "What kind of spirit pill is this?" Qing asked as he no longer appeared arrogant. They really didn't have this pill in the Yen family. "This is a source-condensing pill." After giving it a thought, Qing shook his head. "I have never heard of it before." Xianxia smiled faintly. "There are countless amazing things in this boundless world. Elder Qing, although you're a worldly man, there are still things you haven't seen before. The pill actually belonged to Xianxia, so Qing couldn't possibly have seen it before. Xianxia was now a third-order origin king, and the next step for her was to ascend to the Tao source realm. In that regard, source-condensing pills were indispensable as they would speed up the process of transforming her Saint Qi into source Qi. Xianxia had given her a few bottles of these pills to use whenever she needed them. After she took out one of those pills at this moment, she managed to achieve the desired result. "What are the benefits of this pill?" Qing asked curiously. Xianxia appeared to be in a dilemma, as though she wasn't sure if she should tell him about it. Seeing that, Qing was anxious as he said, "If you're not willing to say anything, then go back now." He knew that she wouldn't leave this place easily. As expected, when Xianxia heard what he said, the hesitation on her face disappeared, and she uttered, "It can help you reach a realm that is above the origin king realm." Qing's entire body shook as his eyes beamed with a glare. "I'll be able to reach the realm above the origin king realm by taking this pill?" Qing's throat felt dry, as he hadn't come across such a thing for years. Xianxia replied, "To be precise, you'll have a chance. The pill is just an auxiliary, your own foundation is still the critical element." What she didn't tell him was that one indeed would stand a chance to reach a realm above the origin king realm by taking this pill, but the prerequisite was that one took enough of them over a long period of time. Just one source-condensing pill wouldn't help much. It took a very long time for an origin king realm master to transform their Saint Qi into source Qi. "How would I know if what you've said is true?" Qing frowned. He was an old fox who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. After the initial shock, he had pulled himself together and started having doubts. If this source-condensing pill is so powerful, why doesn't this woman take it herself? Why has she chosen to entice me with it? Isn't she afraid that I'll take it from her by force? I need something from the Yen family, so it doesn't benefit me one bit to lie to you. Xianxia said solemnly. Qing shook his head. I won't simply believe you for what you've said. If that's the case, I want to examine this pill first. In response, Xianxia smiled at him. Sure. A beam of white light flashed across everyone's eyes as Qing took the source-condensing pill in his hand. But he still couldn't believe it. What's wrong with this woman? Since this pill is so precious, why did she pass it to me so easily? Madam, aren't you afraid that I might seize this pill? He asked. Will you? Xianxia questioned in shock, as though she was an inexperienced girl while thinking to herself. You'll have to be powerful enough if you want to seize it. No. Qing shook his head. Everyone in this world did everything for their own interests. When faced with such a huge benefit, they would do anything to grab it. However, he didn't understand why this woman was so confident and wondered if she was suffering from some mental illness. With a smile, Xianxia replied, Is this pill good enough to be traded for the way to enter the ancestral domain? Qing let out a breath. Yes, but the prerequisite is that this pill is truly as good as you've described it to be. Wait a moment. I'll get someone to examine it. Please. Xianxia waved her hand gently. Since this was an important matter, Qing wouldn't dare to dawdle. He immediately turned around and disappeared into the inner hall. Xianxia turned to look at Yang Kai and spoke to him using her divine sense. The fish has taken the bait. With a calm expression, Yang Kai nodded. Xianxia went on to ask, Sir, given your power, you could just force the Yen family members to hand over the method to reach the ancestral domain to you. Why do you have to do all of this? The source-condensing pill was just bait, and they were now in the Yen family's base. An outsider with an unknown background was basically inviting the Yen family members to snatch such a pill from her by taking it out. Since they were bound to suppress the Yen family with their power anyways, she reckoned that they should just make a move straight away, thereby saving them some trouble. That was how the fierce Gale pirates would do it. They would just snatch whatever they had their eye on. As the head manager of that pirate group, Xianxia was a firm believer in that approach. Yang Kai replied, I have my own considerations. In fact, he just felt embarrassed to take action, using his strength to bully and oppress the weak. Given his Emperor realm cultivation, him using force here would be akin to a full-grown man snatching candy from a bunch of toddlers. Nevertheless, if they were naughty children, he wouldn't mind disciplining them. In a secret room on the top of the Twin Summit, the Yen family's patriarch, Yen Luo, was studying the source-condensing pill as his expression changed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Qing was standing to the side as he kept licking his dry lips. Moments later, he asked, Patriarch, is this pill really so magical? Yen Luo gave it a thought and shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's wait for the grandmasters to come over. Even the patriarch couldn't be sure about it. Qing was surprised rather than shocked, as he thought, this source-condensing pill is indeed something precious. A moment later, some people streamed into the room. Regardless of their cultivations, they all exuded the aromatic smell of pills. Apparently, they were the people who had spent most of their time with herbs and spirit pills. They were alchemists. In particular, these people in the room were Yen family's top alchemists who were all Origin King rank. After they entered the secret room and greeted Yen Luo and Qing, an old man in a robe at the front said, Patriarch, why did you summon all of us to this place suddenly? Please take a look at this pill. Yen Luo passed the pill to him. After the robed old man took the pill, the others shifted their attention to it as well. In an instant, they no longer appeared nonchalant as they widened their eyes and exclaimed, What? What kind of spirit pill is this? Let me take a look. Don't snatch it. All these prestigious alchemy grandmasters completely lost their noble bearings in an instant, as though they were all bumpkins who had never seen the city before. All of their eyes were brimming with shock. Moments later, the agitated robed old man stared at Yen Luo and asked, Patriarch, how did you get this spirit pill? Can you make out what grade this pill is? Yen Luo asked him a question instead of replying to him. I can't, but I can guarantee that no one among us can produce this kind of spirit pill. The other alchemists nodded in agreement. This spirit pill was beyond their knowledge and comprehension. They couldn't even ascertain the ingredients that were used, let alone produce them. The answer was pretty obvious now. Even third-order Origin Kings and Origin King rank alchemists couldn't verify this source-condensing pill that had appeared out of nowhere. The only possibility was that this pill was indeed above the Origin King grade. Just when the robed old man wanted to ask something, Yen Luo waved his hand. All of you may leave now. Although the alchemy grandmasters were reluctant to go, they wouldn't dare to disobey him. After bowing, they turned around and left. Before leaving the room, they still looked longingly at the pill. After they were gone, Yen Luo uttered dispassionately, "You said the woman called Xianxia simply gave this pill to you?" "Yes. It seems that she has more than one pill." Yen Luo started laughing all of a sudden. Seeing that, Yen Qing immediately understood what the patriarch was up to. Certainly, that idea had crossed his mind as well. Both of them basically shared the same thought. Hesitantly, he questioned, "Since she's able to casually take out such a pill, she surely isn't someone who can be oppressed easily. What if there's someone powerful behind her?" "It's not possible. Also, don't forget where we are." Yen Luo shot him an impassive glance. Yen Qing was startled for a moment before he nodded. "Good." Then he turned around and left the secret room. "She's a woman without any background. Even if she's killed here, no one will realize it." "Sir, it's about to start." Inside the main hall, Xianxia looked at Yang Kai with a smile as sounds of some things breaking through the air could be heard. Like a large dragon that was awakening, streams of powerful auras surrounded the main hall. A person with a grim expression stepped out of the inner hall. He was none other than Yen Qing, who had left this place earlier. Xianxia asked, "Elder Yen Qing, what's the result of your examination?" Suddenly, Yen Qing bellowed, "How dare you take a fake spirit pill to fool us? How are you so brazen?" Xianxia appeared flabbergasted. "Elder Yen Qing, what do you mean that it's a fake spirit pill?" Yen Qing snorted, "I don't know where you've gotten this pill from, but our Origin King rank alchemists have examined the pill and concluded that it's totally useless. How dare you take this to trade for our top secret? Do you think we're fools you can easily deceive?" Xianxia appeared terrified and pale as she said, "How is it possible that it's a fake pill? It's really useful for helping a cultivator to reach a realm that's above the Origin King realm. I would never dare to lie to you." In her heart, she found his behavior laughable. Now, she could understand why Yang Kai had to go through such trouble. Even the Yen family had to come up with an excuse before they would deal with her. Perhaps a reason was needed to cover up their wrongdoing. "It's just not as fun as when I was in the Fierce Gale Pirates. We could just kill and rob anyone as we pleased. It seems that I still need some time to get used to living on this side of the world." "Are you saying that our Origin King rank alchemists are inferior to you when it comes to their knowledge and insight?" Yen Qing snorted. After a sigh, Xianxia replied, "Since that's the case, please return the pill to me and just forget about my request." Then, Yen Qing sneered, "You want the pill back? I've already destroyed it." In an instant, Xianxia's eyes turned bloodshot. "How can you do this to me? That was a precious spirit pill. Even if you failed to see its value, you shouldn't have discarded it so carelessly." She appeared aggrieved and helpless. Anyone who saw her in such a state would feel sympathetic towards her. Is this woman really this foolish, or is she just putting on an act? Yen Qing was somewhat puzzled. Has she just come out from a long time of closed-door cultivation? Given her strength, why can't she see what's going on? That's right. That must be the case. That's why I haven't heard of a third-order Origin King realm master like her before. She must have gotten some incredible inheritance and been cultivating in seclusion somewhere. Yen Qing was shocked at this thought, and he no longer felt apprehensive. "Forget it. It's just a spirit pill, so it doesn't matter that you've destroyed it. Since you're so stone-hearted, I'll take my leave now." Appearing dejected, Xianxia rose from the chair and wiped the corners of her eyes. "Do you think you can come and go as you please from this place?" Yen Qing growled. Flustered, Xianxia asked, "What do you want?" Then, "You've tried to fool us in an attempt to steal our top secret. If we let you off, our reputation will be ruined. Lady you must remain behind." Xianxia staggered backward and exclaimed, "You want to confine me?" Since they had fallen out with each other, Yanqing stopped hiding his intention as he said, "Lady He, if I were you, I would surrender without trying to resist. You appear weak, so I think you've just reached the third-order origin king realm. If you oppose me, I'm worried I might accidentally harm you." He was confident of capturing Xianxia. Compared to her, he had been in the third-order origin king realm for a long time, so she was certainly no match for him. The arrangements outside the hall were just to make sure that she couldn't escape. Xianxia snarled, "You're so shameless. Why is there such a person like you in the Yen family? I want to see Patriarch Yen and obtain justice from him." Yanqing sneered, "He won't meet you." Just when Xianxia parted her lips in an attempt to say something more, Yang Kai got up all of a sudden. Seeing that, she immediately kept her mouth shut. Yanqing shot him a cold glance and frowned. Then, he swung his hand at him in a nonchalant manner, as though he was chasing a mosquito away. A blast of qi slashed at Yang Kai's chest with a loud boom. Yanqing didn't even spare him a glance. Although he didn't expend much energy when attacking him, he was a third-order origin king after all. A person who didn't exude any qi at all would surely end up in a miserable state after getting hit by his strike. The young man would be considered lucky if only his bones were broken. Most probably, he would simply explode into a cloud of blood mist. In the next moment, though, Yanqing's body shook, upon which he turned to look at the young man in disbelief. The young man simply lifted his hand and brushed the part on his chest where he was attacked, as though nothing had happened to him. Then he put on a grin and approached Yanqing. "What?" Yanqing couldn't believe his eyes. Why is he still fine? In disbelief, he scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense and became certain that the latter had never cultivated before. This guy is just like any ordinary person. With a frown, he pushed out a palm with 30% of his power in an attempt to probe the young man. Nevertheless, the young man still didn't evade the attack and let it hit his chest. His figure didn't shake one bit, and he appeared totally at ease. Yanqing was flabbergasted, as he realized that he had gravely underestimated the young man. He could parry 2 palms from me without using any qi. Is he? You're a body-tempering master. There was a peculiar group of people in this world who cultivated their bodies instead of the internal qi. It was rumored that they could reach the summit of martial Tao as well, upon which their bodies would become immortal and indestructible. No one could verify this statement because, compared to the orthodox method of cultivation, body tempering was too uncommon. It had been a long time since anyone tried to cultivate solely their body. They could only read about it from the historical records in ancient times. Is this young man Xianxia's backer? Yanqing couldn't help but have this thought. If this person really was a body-tempering master, then it would be difficult to deal with him. That was because body-tempering masters only cultivated their bodies, so their vitality was strong, and it was hard to kill them. Although this path was extremely difficult, one could obtain a horrifying power if one had succeeded. At the same cultivation realm, almost no one could be his equal. Yanqing quickly brought out his full strength as he sent out a third palm. He wanted to see just how strong this body-tempering master was. The howling of wind could be heard as his Saint Qi converged into a swirl on his palm. As his terrifying aura spread across the hall, he pushed out his palm at the young man. Hong! The spark of energy caused the entire hall to shake. After that, a perceptible green palm illusion headed for Yang Kai's chest. Yanqing widened his eyes in an attempt to see clearly what would happen to the young man. Nevertheless, he was astounded by the outcome. The strike that he had used his full strength to deliver still couldn't move the young man one bit. Not even a crease was formed on his clothes. I'm no match for him. In the blink of an eye, a person was standing right before him all of a sudden. The young man, who was tens of meters away from him earlier, seemed to have teleported and suddenly appeared before his eyes. Duo! Yanqing reacted quickly. As he growled, a beam of green light shot out of his mouth and headed for Yang Kai's eyes when the young man was unsuspecting. It was a palm-length needle, which was an Origin King-grade high-rank artifact. It was basically formless, so no one could have prepared to parry it. Needle-shaped artifacts were rare because they were hard to refine. Nevertheless, this one was extremely powerful, and it was one of Yanqing's most formidable trump cards. However, this trump card didn't provide him any sense of security. After he launched the attack, he immediately retreated in an attempt to widen the gap with the young man. Then he stopped moving abruptly, as his neck was suddenly clenched by a large hand, which caused him to suffocate. The moment his neck was constricted, his entire body turned limp, and the Saint Qi in his body no longer listened to his command. With a clang, the long needle fell to the ground. Yanqing was gripped by fear, as he saw that this young man broke his trump card easily by blowing out some air. How is that possible? No, this must be a trick, an illusion. Ha ha ha. Just then, all the doors and windows were broken at the same time as more than a dozen people leapt into the hall. Certainly, the masters outside the hall could perceive the movements inside, which was why when they realized that the people in the hall had gotten into a scuffle, they immediately broke into the place. All of them exuded Origin King Realm auras. The old man at the front had gray hair, but he still appeared very energetic. He was a third-order Origin King Realm Master whose aura was even stronger than that of Yanqing. He was none other than the Yan family's great elder, Yan. He wielded the long sword in his hand as the tip of the blade swung from side to side. All of a sudden, the sword was thrust out, upon which countless sword waves condensed into a beam of light and shot towards Yang Kai's back. The attack was ferocious in every way. He had displayed his sword Dao to its utmost, which caused the others to gasp in amazement. They were all immersed in his skills as though they had plunged into the boundless world of sword cultivation. Qi, the long sword jabbed into the young man's back and stuck out from his chest without any hindrance. Got him! The feeling coming from the long sword made Yan realize that his attack was successful. That was the unique feeling of a sword jabbing into a human body. As the smell of blood permeated the place, those Yan family's Origin King Realm Masters at the scene were elated. Ah! Xianxia shrieked. She had never expected that the invincible Yang Kai couldn't even parry one strike from the Yan family's great elder. Certainly, she saw Yan breaking into the place just now, but she had total confidence in Yang Kai, so she didn't attempt to block the attack. Instead, she just stood to the side and watched the good show with a smile. Then, she saw this unbelievable sight. What happened? How is that possible? Earlier, Yang Kai had shown absolute power and defeated the second elder Yanqing with ease. So, how did the great elder Yan stab his sword into his back so easily? Even though he was facing away from the old man, he shouldn't have made this kind of rookie mistake. Junior, you shouldn't have been so presumptuous. Yan snorted as a cold aura radiated from his long sword and froze Yang Kai's back. With the wound as the center, a layer of frost spread across his entire body. Great elder, you... Pooh! Yanqing's flustered voice was then heard. He sounded despondent, and it seemed that he was puking blood when he was speaking. Yan raised his head and looked at Yanqing, only to see the latter flashing an eerie grin at him. With a frown, he thought, "What's wrong with second elder? Why is he grinning at me like this?" While he was feeling doubtful, the familiar face in front of him contorted and turned into an unfamiliar young man's face. What? Yan was flabbergasted. If the person facing him was the young man, then who was it that he just stabbed his sword into? He wouldn't dare to keep thinking about it, as his forehead had been drenched in cold sweat. Upon a closer look, he felt his soul leaving his body. The man he had just stabbed his sword into was familiar to him in every way, including his figure, clothes, height, and hair. The person was none other than the second elder. What happened? What is going on? My attack against the young man was successful, so how did the outcome change to this? Despite the great elder's powerful cultivation and calm temperament, he was still flustered at this moment. An illusion! Xianxia's gaze brightened as she could finally set her mind at ease. I knew he wouldn't be killed so easily. Earlier, at that moment, all of them in the hall had been deceived by a powerful illusion technique as they mistook the second elder Yanqing for Yang Kai. There were no traces of the young man using the technique, but he could draw all the Origin King realm masters at the scene into an illusory world without them realizing it, which went to show how horrifying his power was. The golden glint on Yang Kai's left eye subsided as his vibrant spiritual energy settled. Then he tooted and mocked. "Great Elder, how did you have the heart to make a move on your fellow clansmen like this? I wonder if there are any grudges between you two? Did he sleep with your woman? Or did he kill your father? I didn't expect that you'd retaliate against him and attack him ruthlessly in this situation. I'd like to tell you that you've done a good job. As men, we should retaliate against our enemies in a straightforward manner. Great Elder, you're a role model for all of us." "You?" Exasperated, Yan pulled out his long sword. "Pooh!" Yan Qing spat blood again, which Yang Kai evaded with ease. The color had been drained from his face. If he hadn't known the Great Elder so well, he would have thought that the latter really had some grudges against him and took this opportunity to retaliate against him. "I could forget the fact that you jabbed your sword into me, but why did you pull it out without informing me?" The excruciating pain was unbearable, and Yan Qing was almost frozen to death by the coldness. He knew that Yan An's mysterious inalgidity was extremely atrocious. "I'll kill you." Yan An had gone mad with rage as he thrust his sword towards Yang Kai. His reputation had been destroyed because of this young man in front of him. The fact that he had harmed his fellow clansmen was an unforgivable sin. From now onward, his reputation would be tarnished beyond redemption, and he would lose his right to keep the position as Great Elder. Most probably, he would have to retire and spend his remaining life in seclusion somewhere far from the center of power. Yan had been in the Third Order Origin King realm for a long time, but faced with the old man's furious attack, Yang Kai just put on a faint smile and reached out his hand. "Chi!" The crisp metallic clanging sound resonated in the hall. A basin of cold water seemed to have been poured down on Yan and at that moment, extinguishing all his fury and replacing it with fear and horror. Upon a closer look, he could see that, while the young man was clenching Yan Qing's neck, he also reached out his other hand and pinched the long sword slashed at him. The young man appeared nonchalant, as though he was pinching a falling leaf instead of an Origin King-grade artifact, which had been used to kill countless people. Yan An was shaken to the core as his eyes were brimming with shock. He hurriedly tried to infuse his Saint Qi into the long sword and pressed forward instead of retreating. With a sneer, Yang Kai flicked a finger on the long sword, which caused a clanging sound on the weapon. Yan An's heart froze as his sword almost flew out of his hand. He used all his energy to clench the hilt, but he couldn't stop his sword from heading to the side. "Chi!" The sound of a weapon piercing into a human body could be heard. The long sword had penetrated Yan Qing's chest and pierced into his heart. Yan Qing widened his eyes as he let out a lethargic breath through his throat. With difficulty, he turned his head and stared fixedly at Yan An. Then, he opened his mouth and expended his last bit of energy to utter, "Damn you!" After that, his head slumped to the side, and all his aura disappeared. While all of them were dumbfounded, Yan An had lost his ability to think as his mind had turned blank, and his lips were trembling uncontrollably. One of the top cultivators in the star field, the Yan family's second elder, who was a Third Order Origin King Realm Master, was killed by his fellow clansmen for no apparent reason. Nobody could accept this kind of outcome. It would have been better if Yan Qing was killed by Yang Kai. However, since the beginning, Yang Kai had only been clenching his neck. He had never attempted to kill him. The person who ended his life was the Great Elder Yan An, who had stabbed his sword into Yan Qing twice. Was the Great Elder taken advantage of by Yang Kai because he was no match for him? That wasn't the case. It was just that this young man was too horrifying because he was able to toy with two Third Order Origin Kings with ease, making one of them kill the other against his will. No one could possibly be his equal in this world in terms of power. Yang Kai was a man who would repay a debt of gratitude, but he would also retaliate against those who had harmed him. Although he felt pity for them, he still had to destroy them because they were the ones who wanted to kill him. When a cultivator picked up his sword, he had to be psychologically prepared that he would be stabbed by his opponent as well. In a nonchalant manner, Yang Kai threw the corpse away as though the latter was a rag sack. Then he shot a cold glance at Yanin. Yanin came to his senses when he was met with the young man's gaze, and he could feel his heart trembling violently. It wasn't the right time for him to blame himself and feel sorrowful. The most important task at hand was to solve the crisis before his eyes. He thought that since he had deployed so many masters around the palace, they would be able to capture their guests with ease. However, before they could even find out the young man's background, the second elder had been killed, which was a huge loss to the family. If Yanin was also harmed in any way, Yan family's power would plummet. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly retreated, but he was shocked to see Yang Kai extending his hand toward him. The young man's movement appeared slow, but it was apparent to Yen and that he could not dodge or parry his move. With goosebumps all over his body, he was already drenched in cold sweat as he shouted, "Patriarch, save me!" Yang Kai failed in his attempt to grab Yanin, who had disappeared into thin air. Then, Yen suddenly appeared in a place that was tens of meters away. He was still reeling from the shock as he was panting heavily. "Oh!" Yang Kai arched his brow. Instead of looking at Yen, he turned his head to look in another direction. Someone was hovering in the air over there as he looked down at Yen Qing's corpse with a gloomy expression. Yen didn't escape unscathed because of his own skill. He was saved by that person. Just now, for a moment, Yang Kai could sense the fluctuation of space force. The way Yen disappeared and appeared again was similar to his own instantaneous movement, but the distance was much shorter. "Are you the patriarch of the Yen family?" Yang Kai asked. With a cold expression, Yen Luo didn't even spare Yang Kai a glance, as though the latter wasn't existent. After staring at Yen Qing for a while, he uttered, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to make a scene in our home." Despite his calm voice, he was burning with rage. An elder had been killed when he wasn't paying attention, which was a huge loss for the family. "You must die." Yen Luo suddenly turned his head and glowered at Yang Kai with a hideous expression. Yang Kai grinned. "Patriarch Yen, that will depend on whether you're powerful enough to kill me. Do you think that body tempering is invincible? Many things in this world are beyond your imagination. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. So how are you able to imagine the magnificence of the whole starry sky?" Hearing that, Yang Kai pondered on it and nodded. "You're right." Raising his hand, Yen Luo pointed at the young man and uttered dispassionately, "Kill yourself now. You'll suffer less pain this way. If I make a move on you, I'll make sure that you'll go through the most excruciating torture the world has to offer." Yang Kai replied, "I came all the way here just to ask you all about the way to head to the ancestral domain, and I was willing to give you appropriate compensation. Patriarch Yen, why are you so stone-hearted? Why do all of you want me dead? It seems that I have no choice but to make a move. Otherwise, you'll never repent." Yen Luo snorted as he wasn't willing to keep talking to him anymore. Then he pressed his finger down. In an instant, the world seemed to be buzzing as an unspeakable pressure descended from the sky, as though the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Regardless of their cultivation, all the origin kings in the hall bent over and couldn't raise their heads. Xianxia was horrified as her alluring face had been transformed by fear. She thought that after she reached the third-order origin king realm, she could walk sideways around the star field. Even if she came across someone she couldn't defeat, she could still run away with ease. However, after Yen Luo made a move, she came to the realization that she was utterly wrong. The pressure he could impose on them with just one finger was already so terrifying. If she was targeted by him, she wouldn't stand a chance to flee. Why is he so powerful? Yen Luo's aura suggests that he's also in the third-order origin king realm. Even though he's been in this realm for a longer time, he shouldn't be so much stronger than I am. At this moment, the pressure Yen Luo had imposed on her was even more terrifying than what Yang Kai had before. He was just standing there, but it was as though he was as mighty as the heavens and earth themselves. The word he uttered was the law of nature, and no one could go against his will. Star source strength. Yang Kai arched his brow as he was surprised, but he soon felt relieved. Apparently Yen Luo was a star master. Specifically, he was the Star Master of Tai Star. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use its power. Tai Star was the Yen family's base. As the Yen family's patriarch, it was expected that he had refined Tai Star's source, thus becoming its master. No wonder he is so arrogant. So, this is the reason behind it. As a Star Master, he was practically the ruler of Tai Star. Yang Kai was currently still the master of Shadowed Star, so he understood the kind of power a Star Master could use on his own Cultivation Star. The reason Yen and could escape from him wasn't thanks to any space technique. It was because Yen Luo had used his power as Star Master to move the former. Despite feeling a heaviness press down on him, Yang Kai didn't bend. Instead, he looked playfully at Yen Luo, who was hovering in midair. Even without using any chi, he could resist such pressure with his body. A Star Master couldn't make him bend his back as he was far beyond that level now. Activating his Dragon Transformation secret technique, Yen Kai could assume a 150-meter-tall half-dragon form. With his dragon bloodline, Yang Kai wouldn't bow his head to a mere third-order origin king no matter what kind of external aid he possessed. What? Yen Luo was shocked. Although he hadn't exerted all his might, no one could possibly bear a Star Master's wrath while in their domain. His tempered body is so strong that he can resist this kind of pressure? Did he obtain some kind of unfathomable inheritance or something? With this thought in mind, Yen Luo became excited. If that was the case, he would gain a lot of benefits by killing this young man, which sent him laughing riotously. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Kai asked. "I'm laughing at what I should be laughing at." Yang Kai nodded. "Then I should laugh as well. Only if you can laugh." Yen Luo straightened his other 4 fingers, which basically became a palm now. Then, he twisted his wrist and sent a palm towards Yang Kai while he continued to float up above. The world hummed again, and those who were already bowed over now directly fell to their knees. No one was spared from this. The indirect pressure was already so powerful, so they couldn't imagine how Yang Kai would end up to be since he was the target. With a worried expression, Xianxia raised her head to look at Yang Kai with great difficulty, only to be left flabbergasted. Yang Kai stomped his feet on the ground, upon which the area around him collapsed and formed into a pit. Thousands of tiles in the main hall shot up into the air together and turned into dust. With the help of the stomp, Yang Kai shot up into the air like a meteor. Rising 30 meters up in the air, he was hindered slightly by the pressure from Yang Luo's palm. Nevertheless, the hindrance was only temporary, and in the next moment, he broke through the resistance with a force that could shatter any Origin King Realm Master. Yang Kai appeared right before Yen Luo in the next instant and sent a fist out at him. Yen Luo was stunned as the calmness and contempt on his face disappeared, which were then replaced by seriousness and disbelief. How is he so strong? I'm a Star Master, the ruler of all on Tai Star. How is it possible that he can resist my powers with such ease? The space around them shook and collapsed as Yang Kai's fist shattered space itself, leaving deep gashes in the void. Yen Luo could feel his surroundings had collapsed, and at that instant, an innumerable number of ideas flashed through his mind, but he eventually concluded that he had to dodge this attack no matter what. If he was hit by this fist, he would surely lose his life. Even though he was a Star Master, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just then, a figure flashed across everyone's eyes as Yen Luo disappeared from their sight. Yang Kai's fist struck the air. However, without a target, his power scattered, hitting nothing. When a rumbling sound was heard, the main hall collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust and rubble. Countless figures that appeared quite disheveled flew out of the hall, coughing repeatedly. As the commotion spread, people at the bottom of the mountain looked up and were all astounded by what they saw. The main hall of the Yen family, which had stood on the twin summit for thousands of years, had turned into ruins now as the walls were all damaged. It was as though doomsday had arrived. More and more people flew out of the main hall and cursed. It was the middle of the night, but the city down below was still bustling, so countless people in the streets stopped what they were doing to look up at the mountain with doubtful expressions. They wondered what had happened to the Yen family that such a commotion had been caused. Without anything supporting him, Xianxia fell back down and landed on a piece of plank sticking out of the ruins. Then, he looked in a particular direction and asked, "Patriarch Yen, are you still able to laugh now?" Certainly. The grin had been wiped off Yen Luo's face. His face appeared so cold that it was as though one could scrape a layer of frost off it. With his gaze trembling slightly, he stared at Xianxia in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone was able to threaten him on Tai Star. That was something that had never crossed his mind before. He wasn't the only Star Master in unending Starfield. However, it was a universal fact that within a Star Master's territory, whether the Star Master was in the Second Order or Third Order Origin King Realm, they were basically invincible. That was because a Star Master could utilize his or her cultivation star's star source strength, which was the power of the world. Who could have the ability to go against an entire world? The thing he had never dared to imagine had actually happened right before his eyes, so he thought that he must be dreaming. After a moment of silence, he uttered, "You're indeed incredible. You've proven yourself to be a true body-tempering master. However, if you think you can defeat me, then you're wrong." He was invincible on this star. No matter how powerful the young man was, he could never touch a Star Master. "Patriarch Yen, are you sure you still want to be so obstinate?" Xianxia shot him an impassive glance. Yen Luo growled, "You've killed my family's elder and destroyed our foundation. No matter who you are, we'll fight with you till our deaths." There was no way he could tolerate it after suffering such a huge loss. The more powerful his enemy was, the more ill-tempered he became. If he couldn't rebuild their reputation, the Yen family would lose their footing in unending Starfield. Xianxia let out a sigh. "Patriarch Yen, something you just said was correct." Yen Luo stared coldly at him. The young man went on to say, "A frog at the bottom of the well can never imagine the magnificence of the starry sky. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll broaden the horizons of you wastes." As he spoke, a powerful aura surged within him. Since the very beginning, Xianxia had never shown any sign that he had cultivated before. What he relied on was the robustness of his body. Even he Yunxiang thought that he was a body-tempering master. However, at this moment, Xianxia exuded some of his qi. However, it wasn't Saint Qi. The aura was even purer and more profound than Saint Qi. What kind of power is that? His aura kept surging and breaking through barriers. Soon, it reached the First Order Origin King Realm, but there it stabilized. Xianxia shook his head helplessly, as he had reached the limit. In this damned place, he couldn't use a power that exceeded the Origin King Realm. Otherwise, he might attract the Heavenly Way's rejection. Yen Luo had never worn such a solemn expression before. He thought that the young man was just a muscular savage, so he wasn't afraid of him. However, he didn't expect that the young man had been hiding his true power. He was now a body-tempering master in the First Order Origin King, so it would undoubtedly be difficult to deal with him now. Nevertheless, the worry in Yen Luo's gaze soon vanished. He's only in the First Order Origin King realm, so he isn't that powerful. I'm the Star Master of Tai Star, so why would I be afraid of him? Patriarch Yen, are you ready? Xianxia looked up at the old man. Yen Luo's heart leapt to his throat when he was met with the young man's dark gaze, as he was engulfed in an unimaginable sense of danger. Soon, something flashed across his eyes, and a figure, who was none other than the young man, appeared right before his eyes. Yen Luo gasped in shock as he had failed to notice how the young man even reached him. He instinctively activated the star source's power and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he was already in a place that was 300 meters away. But before he could even take a breath, the young man appeared before his eyes again, less than an arm's length away, the grin on his face sending a chill down Yen Luo's spine. Shwa shwa shwa. Yen Luo kept changing his location. His forehead dripped as his robes became soaked in a cold sweat. He could keep changing his location with the power of a Star Master. However, the young man was able to follow him relentlessly. No matter how hard he tried, he could never open a distance with him. Most of the time, right after he reappeared, the young man would then appear before his eyes, still at arm's length. At that instant, he realized that his power was practically useless to deal with this mysterious young man. All the Yen family's masters on the ground were dumbstruck. The two people in the air were so elusive that it was hard for them to see clearly. In just a short moment, they had changed locations several dozen times. Nevertheless, they always kept a close distance from each other. Space Force, Yen Luo exclaimed. As a star master, he was more sensitive than the others when it came to the changes on this star. The young man could be seen with clear fluctuations of space force around him. Apparently, he had mastered the Tao of space. Unlike his power as the Star Master, the young man could move instantaneously by using his own power. At that instant, Yen Luo was flustered. He thought that he was invincible and untouchable in this place, but it turned out that the young man before him had methods to negate all his advantages. A fist magnified before Yen Luo's eyes suddenly. He wanted to evade it, but he realized that the space around him had become viscous. The fist was coming at him like a mountain, blocking all the sunlight from his sight. No matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid it, which frustrated and terrified him. After a loud boom, blood spurted out of Yen Luo's nose as he fell to the ground like a meteor. Then, he crashed into the ruins of the main hall and sent yet another dust cloud up into the air. Now, he was seeing stars, and he could feel that his nose had been broken. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was engulfed by a towering shadow. Mercy! Yen Luo howled in a sorrowful voice. He no longer appeared calm and nonchalant. The man before his eyes truly had the power to end his life. Moreover, it seemed that the young man hadn't even displayed his full strength yet, so he couldn't imagine how horrifying this young man would be if he utilized all his power. Where is this man from? What kind of monster is he? Since he's so powerful, he should have shown us his strength right from the start. What was the point of him doing all this? Now the Yen family has lost all face. Not only was I powerless to oppose him, but a third-order origin king elder was also killed by him. Besides Yen Luo, the other masters of the Yen family shared similar thoughts. Yen and felt especially bitter. He was the one who had been manipulated into killing Yen Qing and had hoped that the patriarch would take revenge for him. However, he had never expected that the patriarch, who was supposed to be invincible on Tai Star, would have to beg for this young man to show mercy after less than an incense stick of battle. Was the patriarch too cowardly? Nonsense, he simply understood that a wise man must adapt to current circumstances. Whatever the case, the Yen family members were utterly shamefaced on this day. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in this place, so the news wouldn't be spread. Otherwise, it would deal a huge blow to the Yen family's reputation and authority. I think we can talk now. Yang Kai looked down at Yen Luo. Senior, whatever question you have, I'll unreservedly answer for you. Yen Luo forced a smile. In another palace halfway up the mountain, Xianxia put down a cup of aromatic tea on the table and obediently stood behind Yang Kai, as though she was a mere maidservant. Yen Luo had cleaned himself up and changed into new clothes. After he stepped out of the back hall, he bowed to Yang Kai. Senior. Then he hinted at Yen with his gaze. With a fawning smile, Yen passed a box in his hands to Yang Kai in a respectful manner. Senior, this is your spirit pill. After the box was opened, the source condensing pill was seen lying in it. Xianxia took the box and sneered. I thought the second elder crushed it. Yen's expression appeared awkward as he explained. He was lying. His rash actions have nothing to do with the Yen family. Senior, please forgive us. The second elder also said that this pill is fake. Nonsense. This pill is translucent and perfectly round. Moreover, it's pleasantly fragrant, so it's not possible that this pill is fake. Although we don't know what pill this is, we're certain it is an extraordinary treasure. Yen Qing must have been consumed by greed and lied to you in an attempt to seize this pill for himself. With a solemn expression, Xianxia uttered, Elder Yen, it's thanks to you that a wicked liar was purged today. It is a stroke of good fortune, otherwise, he might have brought trouble to the Yen family in the future. Yen nodded repeatedly. Quite right. This is all thanks to Senior lending me a hand at that time, or I would not have been able to carry out the execution so smoothly. Patriarch and I were fooled by that traitor, which was how all these misunderstandings were caused. Senior, please don't take this incident to heart. Xianxia replied with a smile. Sir won't mind it. Many thanks, Senior. With a mournful expression, Yen Luo spoke up at this time. This all happened because I trusted the wrong person. Senior, if you want to punish me, I won't resist. Xianxia took a look at Yang Kai, and upon seeing that he remained silent, she replied with a smile. The culprit has been punished, so this matter can be considered settled. Patriarch Yen, Great Elder, both of you are able to grasp the bigger picture here. It's just that you two had been deceived, so you shouldn't be blamed. Upon hearing that, Yen Luo and Yen heaved a sigh of relief. With a serious expression, Xianxia went on to say, Sir has come all the way here for just one thing. Yen Luo uttered solemnly, Senior, please leave this matter to us. After making appropriate arrangements, I will personally bring you to the ancestral domain. Xianxia was immediately at a loss for words. With absolute power, something that was as difficult as heading to the heavens became easy all of a sudden. Before she could say anything, Yen Luo had already agreed to personally bring them to the ancestral domain. No one else in the star field was qualified to receive this kind of treatment. Yen Luo rubbed his hands together and said carefully, However, I do have a request. Senior, I hope you'll agree to it. Xianxia's face fell as she questioned, Are you trying to negotiate with us? Yen Luo shuddered and replied hurriedly, No, I would never dare to. It's definitely not a negotiation. It's just that I have a small favor to ask. What if Sir doesn't agree to it? Are you not going to tell him how to reach the ancestral domain? Certainly not. Whether or not Senior agrees, I shall fulfill my promise. Xianxia glanced to check Yang Kai's reaction before nodding. All right, tell us. With a smile, Yen Luo said, Senior, this will surely be an easy task for you. The thing is, I want to head to the ancestral domain as well, so I hope that you will bring me with you. You want to go to the ancestral domain as well? Xianxia asked curiously. Just go then. You already know how. With a grim expression, Yen Luo explained, Senior, you might not be aware of this. Although I know how to head to the ancestral domain, the journey to that place is paved with danger. Even a third-order origin king realm master like myself might be killed if I'm not careful enough. Otherwise, I would have gone to the ancestral domain a long time ago and not waited until now. Senior, you are incredibly strong, so I'm certain the dangers on the journey won't be a hindrance to you. I simply wish to come along with you. The journey to the ancestral domain is dangerous? It was the first time Xianxia heard about it, so she was doubtful. It'll depend on our luck, Yen Luo replied seriously. Luck was basically an intangible thing. If one were lucky, their journey would be smooth sailing. However, if they were unlucky, every step they took would be dangerous. Sometimes, luck could even be considered a part of a cultivator's strength. It was pointless to lament that the heavenly way was unfair, because that was simply how it worked. Xianxia couldn't make that decision, so she asked for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai didn't mind it, so he nodded lightly. Good. Upon hearing that, Yen Luo was elated and bowed to the young man. Many thanks, Senior. To the side, Yen cupped his fists and bowed. Congratulations, Patriarch. Your dream is finally about to come true. With a smile, Yen Luo uttered, After I'm gone, you shall be the next Yen family's patriarch. Make sure to manage the family well. In response, Yen bowed to him. I won't disappoint you. Turning around, Yen Luo said, Senior, why don't we set off in 10 days? Of course, if you are in a rush, we can begin our journey 3 days from now, but I hope you can give me some time to hand over my role as patriarch and give some instructions to my family. Naturally, he had a lot to do to hand over the position of patriarch. We'll set off in 10 days then. Yang Kai rose from the chair, not minding this small delay. After Yen Luo thanked Yang Kai repeatedly, he brought the latter to take a rest. The interior of the room was luxurious with luminous pearls dotting the walls. Once they were alone, Xianxia asked, Sir, do you think they are still trying to scheme against us? Yen Luo's obedience made her feel doubtful. Even if he had caved in to absolute power, he didn't have to act so subserviently. After all, he was still a star master and a hegemon in his own right. Nevertheless, Xianxia didn't understand why Yen Luo would want to follow Yang Kai to the ancestral domain. If he really wanted to play a trick on them, why would he want to tag along? We'll see how things go. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be afraid even if the Yen family had come up with a plot against him. However, he had unsealed some of his cultivation on this day, so he was a bit anxious to suppress it again, as he could already feel the hostility coming from the world around him. 10 days passed just like that. In the morning, countless people were standing at the base of the Twin Summit. Almost all of the Yen family's important people had gathered in this place. All of them were standing close to each other in the square in front of a black starship. Basically, everyone had found out that the patriarch was heading to the ancestral domain. This was an important event for the Yen family, as it had been 500 years since the last clansman left for ancestral domain. Moreover, no one knew if he had actually reached his destination. This time, the patriarch suddenly announced that he would step down and follow his old ancestors' footsteps to pursue a higher martial Dao and explore a greater world. After the news spread, everyone from the Yen family was shocked. Thousands of people had gathered in this place to see the patriarch off. Only a small number of people in the Yen family were aware of what happened 10 days ago. They knew that on that day the patriarch and the great elder were humiliated, and the second elder was even killed. These people were all leaders among the Yen family though, so they wouldn't spread the news. That was why the Yen family's people who had come here on this day had no idea what happened 10 days ago. When Yen Luo appeared, all of them looked at him in admiration. If they found out that the patriarch had begged for a young man's mercy 10 days ago, they would probably lose all respect for him. At that moment, Yang Kai and Xianxia were walking at the front. The Yen family's disciples had a doubt about it, as they had no idea who these two people were. They just felt that the attitude of the patriarch and the elders towards these two was quite odd. A moment later, they all boarded the starship. After a loud hum and a strong energy fluctuation, the starship rose into the air and shot into the vast starry sky. It wasn't until the starship disappeared from everyone's sight that the other people reluctantly left the place. The former great elder, who was now the Yen family's patriarch, Yen, gave some instructions to the others before he too went back. Once inside a certain palace, Yen stepped into a secret room where a conspicuous lantern was placed. The lantern was aged and worn, but although no one knew how long it had been sitting there was no dust on it at all. There were no other things in this secret room besides the lantern, a table, and an incense burner. Yen's solemn expression was that of a sincere pilgrim. Then, he took out an incense stick from his space ring. The incense stick seemed to be custom-made. It was as thick as a thumb, and it was about as long as a forearm. No one knew what it was made of, but it exuded a pleasant scent even though it hadn't been burned yet. With the incense stick in his hand, Yen thought about what Yen Luo had told him a few days ago, and a sense of determination flashed across his eyes, upon which he slashed at his own wrist with his fingers. A wound was immediately formed on the wrist as his blood streamed out of it. Then, he placed the incense stick below his wrist and let it be soaked with his blood until it became scarlet. 1 hour later, the incense stick's color had changed completely. It was like a leech that had sucked in enough blood. It was entirely scarlet now, and it looked quite malevolent. Despite Yen's pale face, he was still very excited. He then performed a hand seal, pushed his Saint Chi, and gripped the incense stick tightly as he growled, "Ignite!" A spark was lit up on the incense stick. It appeared to be burning, but the smoke wafting from it was red. With the incense stick in his hands, Yen wouldn't dare to dawdle as he repeatedly bowed at the lantern and stuck the incense stick into the incense burner on the table. At that instant, the place fell into silence, and Yen's breathing could hardly be heard. As the incense stick was burning, the red smoke wafting from it seemed to have been summoned as it flowed into the lantern. Moments later, the ancient-looking lantern seemed to be going through some changes as well. When the incense stick was half burned, a horrifying pressure descended from the sky all of a sudden. At the same time, 2 dots of light lit up in the lantern, resembling a pair of eyes. Yanan was shaken to the core as he immediately fell on his knees respectfully. "Greetings, old ancestor." The dots of light in the lantern glinted repeatedly before they stabilized, upon which an old voice could be heard speaking from the lantern. "Yanan? We haven't met for hundreds of years. Are you the Yen family's patriarch now?" Judging from his words, the person with the old voice apparently knew Yen, and yes, old ancestor. "I am the current patriarch." "Where is Yen Luo?" "I remember that when I left home in the past, it was Yen Luo who was in charge of the family. It's only been a few hundred years. Please don't tell me that he's dead." Yen and hurriedly replied, "He is not dead. It's just that he has stepped down as the patriarch and has headed for the ancestral domain." "He's coming to ancestral domain? It's unexpected of him to have taken this initiative. I have to congratulate him, then." The old voice sounded joyful, but it soon turned grim. "Wait a moment. Did you summon me just to tell me about this?" If that was the case, they were basically making a big fuss over a trivial matter. Before the old ancestor left unending star field in the past, he told them not to bother him if it wasn't a matter of utmost importance. Yanan bowed to him again and sobbed, "Old ancestor, our family has been humiliated, so we must ask you to obtain justice for us." The aura in the lantern turned murderous all of a sudden as the old voice was heard speaking in a stern voice. "Tell me about it in detail." 1 month had passed since they set off on their journey. It had been smooth sailing as they navigated through the starry sky inside the Yen family starship. The huge Yen on the starship was the best travel pass in this world, as no one would dare to attack a Yen family starship. The star pirates would immediately run at the mere sight of such a ship. In the past month, Xianxia had been living a relaxed life. He had read many ancient books and gained a lot of new knowledge. Yen Luo would visit Xianxia every day with precious food and drinks. Xianxia wouldn't turn him down, but he had rejected some women who had been assigned to serve him. On this day, Xianxia knocked on the door and stepped into the room. Seeing that her aura was stable, and her skin was radiant, Xianxia knew that she had managed to consolidate her realm. "Have we reached our destination?" she replied. Yen Luo said, "We're about to reach there soon." "Good. Let's go take a look." Xianxia was curious about the method and route to enter the ancestral domain. Although it might not be the same for Hung Luo Starfield, he could still learn from this experience, and it might turn out to be useful in the future. They soon reached the control center of the starship. Many disciples of the Yen family were guarding the active arrays, and there was a tinge of excitement in their solemn expressions. All of them knew where they were heading to as they secretly thanked Yen Luo for choosing them to come along. This way, they could explore the beauty of the ancestral domain earlier than the others. Seeing Xianxia, all of them immediately bowed to him. Yen Luo approached him and greeted, "Senior, the star in front of us is where the entrance to the ancestral domain is located." Xianxia looked in that direction and asked curiously, "A dead star?" The star was dim, and as they were looking at it from the starry sky, they could see that it appeared desolate. There was an innumerable number of such dead stars in each star field. No one could have expected that this star was the key to entering the ancestral domain. With a smile, Yen Luo replied, "This is why not many people are aware of the method to enter the ancestral domain. There was no world energy on the dead star at all, so no one would attempt to investigate it. Even if they passed by, they would immediately leave this place. No one could have expected that the door to the ancestral domain was actually on this dead star. Your family is quite lucky to have discovered it." "Yes, we were indeed lucky." Yen Luo grinned meaningfully without explaining anything. It was a coincidence that they had made such a discovery, and it traced back to many generations ago. Even he wasn't sure how their ancestors had discovered and confirmed the gateway's existence, as a lot of information had been lost over the generations. "Senior, please have a seat. If nothing goes wrong, we will soon reach the ancestral domain." Yen Luo made a please gesture. Xianxia nodded and took a seat on the side. The starship was slowly moving towards the dead star and descended in a particular direction before it entered a wide canyon. The canyon was so deep that it was as though it was a bottomless abyss. Some aboard were shocked to discover that they couldn't sense the bottom with their divine sense. Upon Yen Luo's order, the starship dove into the canyon, and soon, all they could see was endless darkness. It was as though they were navigating through the gates of the netherworld. The coldness seemed to have penetrated the starship and made them shudder. In such a hostile environment, even an Origin King Realm Master wouldn't be able to survive for long. Only by relying on this starship could they resist the depletion of their energy. A long time later, Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly as he hurriedly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. He could feel a violent space principle fluctuation coming from the deepest part of the canyon. Upon closer inspection, he knew that his speculation was right. There was a huge void crack at the bottom of the canyon. The crack was glowing dazzlingly, appearing very different from the other such phenomenon that he had come across before. Yen Luo's expression turned solemn in an instant as he personally controlled several arrays to activate the starship's defenses. Silently, the huge starship flew into the void crack and disappeared, as though it had been gobbled up or had melted. Just then, ominous noises could be heard from every direction, and the expressions of everyone aboard the starship changed instantly. Xianxia turned to look at Yen Luo in shock, but upon seeing that he remained unperturbed, she felt her heart freeze over. It was said that a person shouldn't bother about trifles if they wanted to achieve great things. She wasn't sure about the others in the Yen family, but given her third-order Origin King Realm cultivation, she knew that this starship wouldn't last long. The starship was now being squeezed by the horrible power surrounding them, and within an hour, it would certainly buckle and collapse. By then, all of them in the starship would be doomed except the third-order Origin Kings. Even Xianxia wasn't confident of escaping unscathed, so she could only place all her hope on Yang Kai. Yen Luo must have known in advance that these other Yen family members would die, but he still brought all 300 of them along to operate this starship. The reason for it was that he wanted to take advantage of this starship to exchange for an hour of safety in this passageway. 1 month ago, these Yen family members were still looking forward to the journey, which seemed laughable now. They wanted to explore the beauty of the ancestral domain, but they had never suspected that they were just tools to Yen and ones he was well prepared to discard at any moment. Inside the control room, the glow of all arrays kept flickering. That was the sign that the spirit arrays were about to reach their limits, and cracking sounds could be heard from all directions. "Patriarch, we can't continue otherwise." One burly man came over with an anxious expression. It was then he realized that they weren't lucky to have set off on this journey. Instead, it was a journey to hell. Yen Luo uttered dispassionately, "Increase speed." The burly man's expression became aghast. Yen Luo raised his hand and landed a palm on the burly man's forehead. With his forehead sunken, he fell to the ground without even a sound as fluids leaked out from his 7 orifices. The other Yen family's disciples were terrified upon seeing that. "Increase speed," Yen Luo demanded again. Not daring to hesitate anymore, all the disciples immediately infused their energy into their respective arrays. The starship stalled for a moment before its speed picked up. They were surrounded by lights of different colors, and they couldn't see any way out. The pressure coming from the void constantly damaged the starship structure. Although it was an Origin King grade mid-rank starship, it was still creaking continuously. A moment later, one of the arrays in the cabin suddenly turned dim, as it had been completely destroyed. At the same time, a part of the starship began collapsing. As though a chain reaction had been triggered, with the broken part as the center, the damage rapidly expanded as the starship started disintegrating. One by one, all the arrays stopped functioning. All the Yen family's disciples turned completely pale as they turned to look at Yen Luo. Upon seeing that he remained calm and collected, as though he was unperturbed by such a crisis, they began seeing hope again. "Patriarch will definitely lead us out of this crisis. We're all selected by him to explore the ancestral domain together, so how is it possible that we'll lose our lives here?" 1 hour later, their hope was crushed. Following a loud crash, the starship completely collapsed. The pressure from the void gushed in from all directions, and without the protection of the starship, there was no way these cultivators who hadn't reached Origin King Realm could survive. Poo poo poo. Just like bubbles that had been poked at, one by one, they exploded as their blood spurted everywhere. "Patriarch, save us!" All of them screamed for help. However, Yen Luo ignored them as he made a move, upon which a layer of dark artifact armor covered him from head to toe, making him look like an imposing general who was about to storm into their enemy's territory in ancient times. At the same time, Xianxia summoned her ribbon artifact. She had been diligently refining this artifact since she received it, and although she still couldn't use the low-rank Dao source-grade artifact with ease, it was still useful at this moment. The artifact could be used as a weapon as well as an armor, so it was pretty rare. Moreover, its grade wasn't too high, so it suited her current cultivation. The ribbon enlarged and covered her up, as though she had just put on a colorful dress. In an instant, she felt less pressured, upon which she moved closer to Yang Kai as she wouldn't dare to stay too far away from him. Yen Luo ran towards them and stood beside Xianxia, his eyes narrowing when he saw the ribbon. He had sharp vision, so he could see that the ribbon was no ordinary artifact. The artifacts he had seen before were all trash compared to this ribbon. Although he lusted after the artifact, he didn't let the emotion show on his face. "I'll let you keep this treasure for now. It'll be mine soon." A short moment later, the screams for help had died down. It had only been a short while since the starship broke apart, but the hundreds of Yen family disciples who had been manning it were all dead. However, Yen Luo remained emotionless, as though the people who had lost their lives were strangers instead of his own people. Xianxia was shocked as she found him to be too ruthless. Although she had killed countless people before, she could never be as cold-hearted as he was. In this endless void, there was no way to navigate, as all they could see were vivid and colorful lights. It was the first time Yen Luo and Xianxia experienced this, but they soon pushed it to the back of their mind as they explored the wonder around them. Yang Kai was walking at the front, still not revealing any aura fluctuations from his body, but the horrifying pressure didn't even make him frown. The world was utterly silent, to the point where their heartbeats could be heard clearly. Yen Luo felt that something was off, because it had been a safe journey so far without encountering any dangers or accidents. 500 years ago, the old ancestor embarked on a journey to the ancestral domain. Outsiders didn't know whether he had succeeded, but Yen Luo knew that he had reached the ancestral domain. That was because 3 months after the old ancestor left home, Yen Luo used the secret technique left behind by the old ancestor to contact him. At that time, the old ancestor told him all about his journey to the ancestral domain. According to the old ancestor, this colorful void that they were passing through now was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful enough, they would be crushed to pieces. A lot of inconspicuous dangers were hiding in this seemingly beautiful world. Yen Luo had gotten himself ready as he remained vigilant at all times, because he was worried that danger would befall him all of a sudden. However, since the beginning, the journey had been smooth sailing, as though they were taking a stroll in their back garden. There didn't seem to be any danger at all. It was impossible for the old ancestor to lie to him, so they were either unbelievably lucky, or the strange young man leading them forward was somehow helping them avoid all the dangers, which was why they were safe now. Yen Luo hoped that the former was the reason, for if it was the latter, then it would be too horrifying. Maybe the plot they had come up with wasn't the right decision. At that instant, he began feeling apprehensive. There was nothing around them that could be used as a reference, so they didn't know how far they had gone. Yen Luo's artifact armor appeared dim, so it was apparent that it had lost most of its spirituality. Nevertheless, he was well prepared, so he immediately changed into a new artifact armor. On the other hand, Xianxia had expended a lot of her energy as she had to use her Saint Qi to sustain the ribbon's defensive capabilities. It was already difficult for her to use a Dao source-grade artifact when she was just a newly promoted third-order origin king, so it was expected that she couldn't persevere for too long. Despite feeling reluctant, she still fished out a spirit pill from her space ring and took it, after which she shuddered as a warm stream expanded from her abdomen and spread towards all her bones and organs. In an instant, her Saint Qi, which was about to be exhausted soon, was replenished significantly. The medicinal efficacy, however, was too potent, meaning she couldn't quickly refine and absorb it, so most of it was wasted. All the things Sir has given me are so valuable. There certainly wasn't any spirit pill in Unending Star Field that was comparable to the one she had just consumed. She didn't even know the pill's name. All she knew was that it could help replenish her energy. Yang Kai had given it to her together with the source condensing pills some time ago. As time passed, they slowly grew tired of the magnificent view. The three of them were like lonely travelers in the desert, not knowing where their destination was. Yen Luo's expression had turned from hopeful to dejected, while He Yunxiang was anxious as well. Only Yang Kai remained unperturbed, and even his pace hadn't changed one bit. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly arched his brow and turned to speak to He Yunxiang. "We'll be there soon." Upon hearing that, He Yunxiang was startled for a moment before she became elated. Yen Luo hurriedly raised his head and saw that there was a different view in the distance. In an instant, he was over the moon because he had no more artifact armors left. The one on his body now was the last set. If they still couldn't reach the ancestral domain by the time it became damaged, he would have no choice but to ask for Yang Kai's protection. Fortunately, their destination was now in sight, so his perseverance so far was worth it. Without uttering a word, they accelerated their pace at the same time. One day later, a five-colored swirl appeared before their eyes. The swirl was stationary in an eerie manner. Standing in front of the swirl, the three of them looked as insignificant as dust. Yen Luo was so agitated that his lips began trembling. He looked fixedly at the swirl, as though he could penetrate the barrier of space and see the view on the other side. He Yunxiang's gaze brightened as well. Just 3 months ago, she would never have imagined that this would happen to her one day. The ancestral domain was just one step away from her. This was the dream countless people had been pursuing for their entire lives. But she would be able to reach it soon. Both of them turned to look at Yang Kai, only to be surprised to see that he had closed his eyes as he was quietly standing there. Neither of them dared to disturb him. Moments later, he opened his eyes and uttered, "Let's go." Then, he directly stepped into the stationary five-colored swirl. Dawdling no further, Yen Luo and He Yunxiang immediately followed in his footsteps, upon which a feeling of weightlessness engulfed them. In an instant, they felt dizzy, and their hearts throbbed uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, they could hear some voices around them. They tried to listen to them, but they couldn't make out what those people were saying because their ears were ringing. Only Yang Kai appeared speechless as he looked around. On his way to his destination, he had thought about what it would look like, but when he finally reached this place, he realized that it was quite different from his imagination. He wasn't disappointed, but the sight before his eyes just felt off. "Hey, there are new people. Wow, there are 3 people in one go. What star field are they from? One of them will go to Sky Pavilion. Surname Lu? Who do you think you are? Why must one of them go to your place? Have you even asked if we agree? So what if you don't agree? Are you going to fight with me? Come then. I'm not afraid of you. Regardless of what you think, one of them will go to Starry Mountain. The remaining one will go to Holy Mountain Peak. Then, are all of you cracking jokes? I'm serious. Your mother. Why are you scolding me?" It seemed that the situation was out of control because of the arrival of Yang Kai and the others, leaving him dumbfounded at the sight. "Silence. All of you making such a fuss here before these new arrivals is highly improper. Acting so immaturely will only make them look down on us. Don't you know the rules? We should ask about where they're from first." An old man with a sallow face suddenly uttered. The old man appeared authoritative among this group. His figure was thin, but his eyes were very energetic. There was a pipe in his hand as smoke was rising from the chamber. After he finished speaking, all of them fell silent and looked fixedly at Yang Kai and the others. Upon a closer look, they were all shocked because the young man at the front was playfully looking at them. Seeing that, all of them gasped. How is that possible? They must have passed through the void corridor to go from a star field to the ancestral domain. The journey was extremely long, so it always caused some side effects for those who took it. The most notable effect was dizziness and discomfort in one's soul. The time these drawbacks would last depended on their cultivation. If they were strong, then it would only take them a short time to recover. However, if they were weak, they would need a longer time. Nevertheless, judging from the young man's composure, he wasn't suffering from any drawbacks at all. What's going on? All of them were dumbfounded. Their expression turned weird after they scanned him with divine sense, because there were no aura fluctuations around him. If he was a cultivator, it was impossible that they couldn't detect any aura from him. It was either because there was a huge gap between their cultivations so the weaker one couldn't sense it, or that he was using an artifact that concealed his cultivation. However, it was unlikely that a cultivator coming from a star field would possess such an amazing artifact, and it was impossible that all of them couldn't see through him. He's such a strange guy. A moment later, Xianxia and Yen Luo managed to pull themselves together. Upon seeing the sight around her, she turned pale as she hurriedly activated her Saint Chi and looked around vigilantly. She had never expected that she would come across this situation right after she stepped into the ancestral domain. Moreover, the cultivation of all these cultivators around her was above Origin King Realm. Some of them even exuded an aura that horrified her. They're all above the Origin King Realm. This is the aura specific to the realm that is above the Origin King Realm. It must be the Tao Source Realm that Sir had told me before. Have we reached the ancestral domain? If we haven't, then why are there so many people in a realm above the Origin King Realm here? Why are they blocking our way? Are they going to rob us? However, we're just cultivators from a lower star field, so our possessions are probably not valuable to them. We're not on the same level, so what's the point of them snatching stuff from people who are in a lower realm? While she was vigilant, Yen Luo suddenly started moving and heading in a particular direction. Seeing that, Xianxia was stunned, while Yang Kai stared at him with narrowed eyes. There were 3 people in the direction Yen Luo was moving, 2 men and 1 woman, standing on a small hill nearby. The young man at the front appeared handsome and carefree, and his aura was profound. The woman beside him, who appeared to be in her late 20s, was smiling elegantly. The last person was an old man who, despite his gray hair, had skin as smooth as that of a baby and a radiant glow on his face. With an agitated expression, Yen Luo shuffled towards the hill and fell on one knee before uttering in a trembling voice, "Greetings, old ancestor. It has been many years since we last met." Xianxia's expression changed when she heard that, and she gazed dazedly at the old man. An idea flashed across her mind, upon which she realized who the old man was. It was rumored that an old ancestor from the Yen family had embarked on a journey to the ancestral domain 500 years ago, but no one knew whether he had succeeded. Upon hearing how Yen Luo addressed the old man, she immediately figured out his identity. He was the Yen family's old ancestor who had left unending star field 500 years ago, Yen Renhao. At that instant, Xianxia felt that something was amiss. Yen Renhao was already the strongest master in unending star field 500 years ago, as he was at the top of Third Order Origin King Realm. 500 years had passed, and he had been cultivating in the ancestral domain, so he must have reached a realm that was above Origin King Realm. It's a trap. No wonder Yen Luo agreed to bring Yang Kai to the ancestral domain and wanted to tag along. It is because he knew that the Yen family's old ancestor would be waiting here. She wasn't sure how the Yen family members managed to contact Yen Renhao, but it was impossible that this old man would coincidentally appear in this place. Apparently, after they left Tai Star, someone from the Yen family managed to send a message to their old ancestor. Yen Renhao must be waiting in this place to receive Yen Luo. Damn it! Sir's cultivation is indeed powerful, so he isn't afraid of the Yen family members on Tai Star. But is he a match for Yen Renhao? Moreover, Yen Renhao has 2 helpers with him. The woman is just a Third Order Origin King Realm, so I can probably deal with her. However, that young man gives off a feeling that he's even stronger than Yen Renhao. Can Sir defeat him? Xianxia had thought about a lot of things in just a short moment. With a dark expression, she turned to look at Yang Kai, but seeing that he appeared calm and collected, she couldn't help but be startled. Wonderful! Yen Renhao guffawed as he stepped forward and helped Yen Luo up. After examining him, he clapped his shoulder and complimented him. Very good indeed! Naturally, he was glad that a Yen family descendant had managed to come here. After him, no Yen family members had managed to reach the ancestral domain. Although his power had increased significantly in this world, he was less carefree than when he was in unending star field. So, he was very pleased with Yen Luo's arrival. With the two of them working together, they might extend the Yen family's legacy in the ancestral domain. It is good that old ancestor is well, Yen Luo said excitedly. Your cultivation? Yen Renhao chuckled and waved his hand. Let's not talk about cultivation now. Come. Let me introduce you to a master. He placed his hand on Yen Luo's shoulder and brought him to meet the young man. Then, he introduced him. This is my senior brother in Azure Sea Palace, Duanmu Qi. Just call him Martial Uncle Duanmu. Azure Sea Palace? When Yen Luo heard that, a glint flashed across his eyes as he fell into deep thought. Although they could contact the old ancestor, they couldn't communicate with him for a long time. In fact, they had only contacted him once 500 years ago. Therefore, they had no idea how Yen Renhao had been doing in the ancestral domain. Upon that introduction, Yen Luo immediately understood that Yen Renhao had joined a great force called Azure Sea Palace in the ancestral domain. Moreover, judging from his attitude, he appeared respectful towards this man called Duanmu Qi. Yen Luo was very old himself, and he definitely looked much older than Duanmu Qi. However, a cultivator could only command respect with his strength, not his age. Since Yen Luo's cultivation was weaker than that of this young man, he had no choice but to be humble. Not daring to appear disrespectful, he immediately bowed and said, Junior Yen Luo of the Yen family greets Martial Uncle Duanmu. With a faint smile, Duanmu Qi nodded his head. Martial nephew, you don't have to be too formal with me. We'll be one family from now on. Yen Renhao uttered, Your martial uncle is one of the top 10 cultivators in Azure Sea Palace. It was thanks to his recommendation in the past that I was able to join Azure Sea Palace. You'll have to ask for more guidance from him in the future. Yes. Yen Luo straightened his face. This is your martial aunt, Chun Chue Ling. Yen Renhao pointed at the woman and said. Yen Luo thought to himself that the woman was just a third-order origin king, which was the same as his own cultivation realm. If they got into a fight, it would be hard to tell who the winner would be. So why was this woman now considered his senior? He was basically the overlord of unending star field who stood above all others. So he had never been so humble to someone else before. Nevertheless, upon seeing how intimate she was with Duanmu Qi, he immediately understood the reason behind it. So, he also bowed to her and greeted, Greetings, Martial Aunt Chun. Chun Chue Ling replied with a smile, Martial nephew, you don't have to be so formal with me either. After all, you are senior brother Yan's junior. After you join Azure Sea Palace, I'll definitely take care of you. I haven't managed to prepare anything for our first meeting, so just take this bottle of pills. They will be useful for your cultivation. Although Yen Luo was tempted, he felt embarrassed to take something from her since this was their first meeting. So, he turned to look at his old ancestor to ask for his opinion. Yen Renhao uttered, Your martial aunt is an alchemist, and these pills were all refined by her personally. Since she has offered them to you, just take them. Many thanks, Martial Aunt Chun. Yen Luo hurriedly thanked her and took the bottle with both hands as his heart was filled with excitement. He thought that it was the right decision to come to the ancestral domain, as he had obtained a bottle of pills not long after he arrived here. He wasn't sure about the grade of the pills or their medicinal efficacies, but since they were made in the ancestral domain, they would undoubtedly be treasures to the current him. As the other cultivators listened to their conversation, they realized the relationship between them. At that instant, they sighed secretly, knowing that they couldn't snatch these people from Azure Sea Palace. His old ancestor belongs to Azure Sea Palace, so he'll definitely join the same sect as well. There's no way he'll choose to join another sect. As for the two people with that Yen Luo fellow, they must be from the same star field. Upon learning about their relationship, they knew that these people wouldn't consider other options, so they had lost interest in luring them in. Normally, cultivators from the same star field would stick together, unless there were some grudges between them. However, if they loathed each other, it was impossible that they would come to the ancestral domain together. After these people from Azure Sea Palace were done with their small talk, Yen Run Hao traded glances with Yen Luo before he pushed his divine sense. The next moment, he looked at Yang Kai and he Yun Xiang with a smile before he uttered, "Since both of you have come with Yen Luo, why don't you follow me to my sect?" There were too many people around this place. Even though he had intended to deal with Yang Kai, he wouldn't choose to make a move in this place. Otherwise, the other great forces might find fault with him and criticize him. However, once they left this place and returned to Azure Sea Palace, he could do whatever he wanted to Yang Kai. "Since you've dared to kill my family's elder and damaged our foundation, I'll never let you off. Do you think you can do whatever you want because you have some meager strength? You're indeed just a frog at the bottom of the well, so don't even think about leaping out of it for the rest of your life. However, I must make them follow me to Azure Sea Palace first." With a smile, Yen Luo added in, "Brother Yang, let's go. It's thanks to you that I've managed to come to the ancestral domain safely. Please give me a chance to repay you for this favor." He no longer appeared obsequious and cautious. His old ancestor was right behind him, and he had the support of Duan Muqi, so he wasn't afraid of Yang Kai anymore. It was apparent to him that no matter how formidable Yang Kai was, it wasn't possible that he could be stronger than his old ancestor and Duan Muqi. "You oppressed us in the Yen residence some time ago. Now, the situation is different, so I'll let you have a taste of your own medicine." With a gloomy expression, he Yun Xiang glowered at Yen Luo. Although what happened to the Yen family was within Yang Kai's calculations, the Yen family members only had themselves to blame. If they had agreed to her initial suggestion, she believed that Yang Kai wouldn't have treated them poorly. Instead, he would have rewarded them handsomely. However, those in the Yen family were too arrogant and made the wrong decision, so they couldn't blame others for their misfortunes. Furthermore, Yang Kai had the power to destroy the Yen family entirely, but he didn't choose to do that. Unfortunately, as a result, he had fallen into the Yen family's trap in the end. Now that Yen Luo had someone supporting him, he appeared smug and haughty, which made He Yun Xiang despise him even more than before.